Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending today. We are now doing the Performance Scrutiny Committee facing corporate on the 23 to 24 budget and medium-term financial projections. This Scrutiny Committee meeting is being conducted live in accordance with the requirements of the local government and elections and the Council's arrangements for multi-location meetings. I would remind members that this meeting is being live streamed to the public. Can I request you all switch off your cameras, mute your microphones when you are not speaking to ensure there is no unnecessary background noise to help with the audio and visual quality. Council standing orders and code of conduct will apply at all times during this virtual meeting in the same way as ordinary meetings, and members should conduct themselves accordingly. Can I also remind members to ensure their chat functions is switched on and to use that facility to indicate to me when you wish to speak on a particular item. Please do not speak until I invite you to do so. As well as it being broadcast live, a recorded version of this remote meeting will be uploaded onto the Council website for public viewing as soon as possible after the meeting, and a Welsh translation of the proceedings can be provided upon request. Right, I'd like to introduce the committee. I am Councillor Janet Cleverly and I am the chair of this meeting. I'd like to go around and introduce people.
Councillor Mark Ellis. Councillor Chris Meeks, Councillor Wadston Northfield.
Councillor Kate Thomas, Stonehill Wood.
Councillor John Harris, Great Ward.
Councillor Gavin Horton, the Victorian Ward.
Councillor Bev Perkins for the Gairman's Glasgow.
Thank you for that. Going to the agenda, I'd like to take apologies. We've received one. Oh, sorry, Councillor Reynolds.
Thank you, Councillor John Reynolds, Rochester West. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Reynolds. Have you got anyone else? Thank you. That is all the councillors here today. I'd like to take apologies next. We've got one apology, which is Councillor Linton. Are there any declarations of interest? Take it as a no. I think the head of finance would like to come forward first to give us a brief overview of the process.
But I'm just going to explain maybe how the council's budget position moved from something like about a £2 million budget gap when we were looking at this time last year to something like about sort of £27, £28 million gap before savings by the time we got to September. So that's obviously a very, very big sort of change there. And then that will just set the scene for the level of savings that have been identified so far, and then colleagues can obviously then come and explain their in individual areas, myself included. So yeah, so back in February 22, our medium-term financial plan highlighted about a £2 million budget gap for the 23-24 financial year. It became apparent in spring 22 that was not going to hold, because inflation was consistently and rapidly increasing, certainly in the areas of food, fuel and energy in particular. Pay, again linked to inflation, was becoming an issue across the UK, and you can see that hotting up with the government sector as well, including a lot of contractors that we could work with and rely on. And then obviously we had some emerging budget challenges in this financial year around housing, which is the homelessness issue, and also social care, in particular emergency placements. And those were sort of coming out of the COVID kind of period, and in particular those two areas were a big issue for us, and still are a big issue for us in this current year. So they and a few others had to be actually updated in terms of our medium-term financial planning. So those are kind of the big issues that really moved the position forward. Table 1 of the cabinet report does show the movement and changes in some of those issues. So pay increased compared to where it was by £6 million. So again, we had to catch up on an underfunded current year budget, as well as review our 2024 pay assumptions as well. Our contract inflation from where it was then increased by 18 million, by far the biggest element. Again, energy was a big part of that. 245% increase in gas prices, 140% new in electricity. And obviously those are not only felt by the council, his own buildings and schools, but also by a lot of the people that we contract with, so the care homes, etc. as well. So our social care contract inflation also increased very significantly as well, picking up that £18 million. And then we've got the budget pressures in social care, a little bit over 2 million, but maybe of interest to this committee in the housing area, in the homestead area, of 3.5 million currently in there. So that gave us a really big challenge by the time we got to early autumn, and all services were sort of given budget targets to develop a £12 million worth of budget savings, which we've now got here. So to bring us up to sort of date, the RSG was confirmed in the middle of December. It was the day that the cabinet had their kind of meeting. That improved the position by about 11.7 million at that time, but the budget gap going into the cabinet was 16 million. So whilst the RSG increase was very welcome, it didn't deal with the budget gap that we had at that point, and that's the work that is ongoing at this time. So this council's increase in the RSG was a little bit under 9%. So Welsh Government had a big funding increase following the UK national budget in November last year. About 50% each of the budget proposals are being consulted, which is what was the focus of this committee, and then the other 50% it's been done under the delegated authority. They're not being consulted, so we need to focus on those first list, the ones that are being consulted on. And that's it, Chair. And that's the kind of context of why the position and the level of savings that everybody is having to sort of find that have increased significantly.
We will take questions committee at the end of everyone. Thank you. I'd like to invite David Walton, please, Head of Housing and Communities, table.
Afternoon committee. So I'm here this afternoon in relation to two proposals. The first proposal is a change to the library and adult community learning services. So we're proposing to make a saving of £110,000 next financial year and a further £15,000 the following financial year. It's split across 2 financial years due to some public consultation around library opening hours. The main thrust of the proposal will be to reduce library opening hours due to the budget pressures on the service, particularly including a 1-day closure at Rochester Bettis. We'll also reduce the opening hours at Malthus back to the pre-pandemic levels. And then on kind of a slightly wider scale, we will refashion Hill Library to have a greater emphasis on adult community learning with a smaller library space, which will still enable access based more on a kind of click and collect basis. There's a whole kind of, there's other areas of savings that we'll also be looking at in terms of the library service, which will include a reduction in staffing hours due to the reduced opening hours. With changing the way we use the book fund, so we're reducing the overall book fund, greater investment in digital borrowing. Digital borrowing, I think, accounts for about 20% of the usual activity of the normal borrowing now. So, what we're trying to do, I suppose, in summary, is in light of the budgetary challenges that we're facing, the decisions we need to make, thinking how we can best deliver a library service in a post-pandemic world, where the footfall and demand for the service has changed. Any questions?
Questions,
Let's
committee?
go at this point, yes. I'm interested in Central Library because I understand about the revised services which will be in the outlying libraries, but the role of the Central Library is going to change, isn't it, in lots of ways. But there wasn't a mention of how the library service is now going to be used within Central Library, or how those other services are going to be integrated in the function of that central building.
Yeah, so I think kind of the central building will become a bit more of a kind of a hub and a coordination point. So, for example, with the revised model at Hill Library, that will kind of be staffed whilst it's open with people from the central library, and obviously also kind of become the central coordinated point for our stock, etc., etc.
Right. So, in terms of the wider changes, obviously in that building with the station and other assets being moved, that's part of a previous decision. So this is just focused on the changes that David's making as part of this budget saving. But you're right, there's wider changes because that building will be reopening shortly with a wider range of council services. So the previous year.
Are we going to be in a position where the staff who are currently employed or have been employed as part of the library service, will their work be to engage now in other services, more to do with the information, or maybe just people keeping in the area which they have been previously working in?
I believe in the main separate distinguished, yes, the changes in that building is a management, rationalising our assets, and so the services there. So those people working in house benefit, there's partly working in house benefit, then
no, there's no way of,
there's just use of that building the same way we see other council buildings changing their extension.
Yeah, so this is just about the business of the building. It's about using the staffing as an additional resource or a more flexible resource.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I just clarify the point really? It might be more for maybe to answer. So on the sort of appendix 10 of the cabinet, that sort of goes into more detail on the proposals in terms of the sort of saving against the cost. Am I reading it right that there's £110,000 saving in year one, but there are £88,000 worth of costs to implement that saving? So is there a net between the two? I guess I'm asking, is saving 110 minus 88, or is it saving 110?
So in all the proposals, the savings as they're written, I'm incorrect, pretty much all of the revenue budget savings, so they're reoccurring. So if you say take 10 years, that 110 will be 110 every year for the next 10 years. Yeah. Whereas the one-off costs are they're one-off costs. So there could be examples where you'd spend more than a year saving. You could have an example where you make 100k saving, but because you make it every year, you'd spend £250,000 doing that. And financially that makes sense. But so they're over slightly different time periods.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Any other comments on the libraries? Okay. Move on.
Yeah, of course, thank you. So the second saving proposed today for housing and communities is in relation to our shop mobility scheme. We're proposing that we decrease the existing grant fund for shop mobility from £17,000 a year to £10,000 a year. For those who don't know, shop mobility offers mobility scooters, wheelchairs, etc., to people in the city centre.
Any questions? Councillor Thomas?
I wondered how you had established the value of the shop mobility scheme. Have we ever made an attempt to quantify the benefits, perhaps in terms of the city centre, or in terms of, you know, individuals who have disability then being able to leave their house and ensure, you know, their access gives them greater opportunities for socialising and for just maintaining, you know, better levels of health than they would do if they were at home. You know, how are we looking at this one? Because actually 7,000 is very little. I mean, I know every penny counts and all the rest of it, but it's a very small amount.
So I think within the context of this savings exercise, we needed to look at the service as a whole. And you know, lots of areas of housing and communities have got statutory functions, particularly in relation to housing and homelessness. So with the non-statutory elements, we really had to look at where savings were achievable, and it was felt that the shop mobility scheme would be achievable. We will look at how we can work with them to manage the impact of these savings, and obviously we're out for public consultation at the moment in relation to any feedback from the communities who do use the service.
Has any sort of assessment being made with how that will affect their viability going on into the future? And if, you know, effectively it would finish that service, is there something else which can be put in place that would replace it for passengers?
I believe that's been looked at in the past, and it always has been intention. But we will see it across a lot of the council savings, which is David's, is a lot of I guess a small amount, isn't it, on its own, but a lot of we've got a lot of heads of service here, where actually, in terms of council budgets, they're mainly managing the small bits. If you look at the council budget, but the vast majority is education and social care. So a lot of these budgets are small, so when they're tasked with trying to make savings, you take out the statutory functions, the election will budget big savings. Across the board, our non-statutory grant funding to a number of different organisations is being reduced. You know, is that ideal? Probably not, but those are the budgets they've got to flex with. On this particular, you know, it has been looked at before. The intention isn't to stop the service. It's just recognition if we have to reduce down what we can afford to have subsidy. So their model isn't 100% dependent on our subsidy, it's a component of it. And you'll see that across a range of the services, some presented today and some presented in other scrutiny committees, that the council just not able to spend the amount they would have before. So it's not about trying to stop or close the service, it's just saying that we can't quite give as much as we were before. So as it said, it is a small reduction, we've got the service.
Being a sort of an assessment, you know, they provided any data that would give you information about how many people and how people use that service that benefits the city centre, because it's about individuals' mobility, isn't it? But it's also bringing people into the city centre, and we've seen a fall in traffic through the city centre because of the pandemic.
I think we've got some data, but not to hand, so it's probably we'll have to dig out.
But yeah, I can have your assurance that you would have looked at that when your decisions were made.
We can provide you with the data that we've got, not problem with this. But they're also engaging with them as part of the consultation. Yeah. Obviously, this process here is just you know, it's actually part of the consultation with councils. There's a wider consultation members of the public, but also the organisations directly affected.
Thank you.
Councillor Horton, would you like to come in?
To kind of answer my question, it was going to be what was the utilisation level of the service? You're going to feed that back to us.
Yeah, we'll provide that as a follow-up.
Let's move on to the next one.
Just mention, good night.
an investment of £3.5 million, I think, into the sort of officers provision, which is not unsurprising given the challenges that that department faces at the moment. And it just looks like it's 1 year. Do we think that?
No, sorry, it's yes, partly the way that the phrase, but again, that's a revenue, so that'll be locked in for each year then.
Right. Okay.
But David explained all the reasons why, and I know yourself, council, will be aware of the landscape honestly pre-COVID and post-COVID is a completely different world now.
Yeah.
And so, you know, what we were funding for, what we're having to deal with now has changed dramatically. And this is a pressure you'll see on all 22 of the councils.
Yeah.
It's a big amount of money, but it's part of the overall picture that Marion discussed at the start, so it's a challenge for us. But that is in the sort of as a revenue recovery we incurred.
Yeah, that's what I explained. I just thought problem isn't difficult.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the much space we got in David, he's not going to eradicate that problem in 2 years.
Thanks.
If we've gone to the housing aspect, can I just want to check something else? There was a phrase used in the report saying that households continue in temporary accommodation, which is a situation that's precipitated by COVID. On page again somewhere, and I just wondered, it was the way continues in temporary accommodation. It gave the impression that we were looking, or we were hoping the situation would improve, but where is that hope coming from? You know, we've got no one who's going to build vast amounts of extra housing, presumably.
So we need to look at the housing system as a whole, and we need to look at, how we're using the resources that we have. So, for example, the social housing grant to encourage more development in the city. We also need to think of, look at how we engage with the private rental sector differently as well, so we can increase the supply of housing coming in. We also need to look at two other aspects in relation to people in temporary accommodation. So how can we provide more support to enable them to move on more quickly, to address other issues that they may have in their lives? And then finally, look at how we can prevent people from becoming homeless in the first place. And there's a piece of work that we're undertaking at the moment to develop a rapid rehousing transition plan, which will enable us to set out how we're going to do this. And there's a wider, so I've been imposed as a wider piece of work that I'm carrying out with colleagues every week to look at every other week to look at temporary accommodation, and really how we can galvanise the resources within housing, the council generally, and a wider context. But you're right, it is really challenging. It's caused by a lot of external factors, and so it's going to take time, commitment, and perseverance to shut it down.
I mean, sorry, David, to ask you this one, or maybe be aware. How much has that amount increased since COVID? The amount that we're having to allocate into that particular funding stream.
So our social housing grants, which is a Welsh Government allocation, I think our housing related support grant has increased since COVID. We're also receiving additional Welsh Government grants with other streams of funding, including the lower left out funding stream. And there are other pots of capital funding available by Welsh Government to particular ourselves in the city. So there's lots of different pots of funding that are available. But obviously, because of the scale of demand, it was very much a challenge.
Some of those funding pots are challenge pots, or certainly some of them are grants that distribution hasn't yet been agreed. So whilst we have to agree to core budget, we don't know how much that slice of the pie we're getting. Just need a run up now over the next few months. But yeah, it's across the board. It's dissimilar from many places. There's a lot to be invested. It's a big challenge.
So we've got this sort of big pot of money, excluding grants and money that we have to bid for and compete for, and these sorts of things. So I'm guessing what you're saying is that you haven't mentioned that basic amount has increased, because we've just been looking to supplement it all the time, have we, with extra funding from our government?
Combination of things really. There's partly, it is really a sea change.
Yeah.
So during the COVID years, a lot of these costs were, so you had 2.5 years where a lot of these costs were literally almost being picked up by outside our normal process.
Yeah.
And so then this is the first year out there. This is a quite a large readjustment then.
I think that's what the basis of my question. I probably phrased it badly, but you know, that 3.5 million there, we can be looking for extra money on top of that, but that's the basics. That's the bottom line of what we've got to find as a council. If we don't rely on this extra windfalls from our government to pick up.
So to a degree, this additional money is also the money that's required to enable us to fulfil our statutory duties under the legislation. And those statutory duties have expanded since the pandemic. So we have legal duties to more groups of homeless people. That makes sense. And because of the issues around supply in the city, we're having to place more people into temporary accommodation, including more expensive forms of temporary accommodation.
And it was that expensive form of temporary accommodation was mentioned. But can I ask that perhaps you give us, because I don't think we realised this, we didn't realise the weight of these extra demands, statutory demands that are being made on you. Could we perhaps see a report on that? Can you actually summarise it for us? Of course. That would help us, I think, put a lot of this spending in context, because it is such a big amount of money and they're obviously not approaching the amount that we spend on education. Thank you.
Coming up with committee talk about
That information report.
yeah, so it might be some of that.
Yeah, thank you.
Make sure it was time.
Give you time.
Yeah.
Councillor Rees,
Thank you,
got a
Chair.
question?
Just the one, David, just picking up on the budget investments, the homelessness officer, just sense checking the investment, you say you need another 11,000 to come into that. Is that to cover, is that the new role that's being created? Is that joint role? Where the 11,000 actually relates to?
It's for a role that I think we have about 9 months funding for, just to kind of tie it up for the financial year.
You'll see a few across the board in the investments. Actually, there were investments made last year, but obviously, the time you go through the process and we get there is actually a lot of the investments last year were part year, so they're 9 months. So I think if you've got someone who's paid 30 grand and their cost was 40 grand, you'll have 30 grand in 1 year and the 10 grand in the other year. It's more of a technical exercise how it makes the budget. But those ones will relate to previous years.
I invite Sylvia.
So there's a total of 6 proposals included in the environmental public protection area. So similar to what David said, if we go one by one. The first one included was the redesign to the community safety warden service with an overall reduction in hours and a total saving of 169,000 pounds per year. And you have the details from your pack, so I don't know if you have any questions about that one.
Any questions, committee? And wardens?
Is the proposal to scrap the service altogether? It sort of implies a reorganisation. There's quite a few jobs being lost in the redundancy.
It's not a deletion of the service, it's just a reduction of the service in a different model of delivery. So there is a number of posts that are being reduced. We are at the moment consulting with staff and unions about that, but the service will remain just, as well as the others.
What sort of level of reduction do you think people that will see?
In the start, and what's the?
So we are, it's more or less kind of half the number of staff that we had before. The service was being delivered on a 7-day-a-week service, so we just move into less hours, less face-to-face interaction during the week. But the core elements will remain.
I presume we know what the peak hours of need are, so we make sure that people.
Yeah, we've got data on when we command services. Obviously, within there, they actually cover quite a wide range of duties, from collecting the dog, lost dog, to aid to noise, supporting that. So yeah, I mean, the vast majority of this work is non-statutory. It's one of the few areas where it can be reduced. So it's a proposal that's in consultation. As I said, the service is not being scrapped, but it's important to recognise there will be a reduction in the amount of hours we're able to spend on this work. So how that's best done is now we can discuss with staff, but it's approximately half. Yeah. But hopefully you will see some efficiency in there, so the actual result isn't a reduction in output, but it will be reduction in the availability of this function.
And as I said, we're actually looking at data. The idea is that we're able to focus on what's needed at any given moment in time, based on the intelligence of what type of requests we get in an analysis of kind of risk, really, and needs or its area.
And a significant amount of the work that they do is often in amongst the community of unregistered social animals that have sort of big estates. Do they contribute to this service, or have we taught them that contributing to the service? They certainly get a significant benefit from it in terms of that sort of mediation type role that the wardens often play in sort of neighbour disputes. That is essentially the book. So,
you're absolutely right, and to date, up until now, it was funded by the council. There was no direct contribution from there. We are actually consulting with farmers as well in terms of how we can deliver things differently, and perhaps there may be conversations in the future on that. I agree.
We've done similar with waste enforcement, haven't we? Because again, it's an issue where effectively the staff will be how deal with things like problems that aren't ours, but we felt that more contribution comes. So we've done some pilots in last year, didn't we, where registered social landlord then paid for a post. The council obviously has additional powers. It's easy for us to enforce the benefits that we can have by directly employing people that the RSLs may not be able to have. And so, that's a model that we think is working quite well, and we would look to expand if there's other opportunities to do it. But that's all part of the consultation discussion that happened. Thanks, Jim.
Councillor Thomas.
Thank you. I mean, I'm always disappointed to see reductions in warden service, and I've been here long enough to have seen a few of them. But I do see that this is an opportunity really to work very much more effectively with partners, including statutory partners who look interested in this one. So, so I think that there are places to go with this. And certainly I'd absolutely agree with the social registered landlords. A lot of the things which come back are issues really the need to take up with tenants. And as well, I think there are places for people like, Red Smart Wales seem to be extremely inactive or reluctant to do anything about antisocial behaviour from tenants in the private sector, because those private landlords are responsible for, warnings and for demanding better behaviour by their tenants. So it's an opportunity, isn't it? It's an opportunity. And I think that they should become better stakeholders and better partners to it.
Thank you. Yeah, I say it's obviously, we're all sat here trying to deal with a budget gap. The things we wouldn't necessarily want to do, but given that we do need to make budget savings, you're absolutely right. Reducing by 50%, but that shouldn't be resulting in 50% reduction in service, because we recognise in doing this there is the opportunity to look at how things can be better, work with partners, and also look at the efficiency of the service we offer as well. So that's the challenge for us, I think, as officers to start to deliver that.
Okay, so the next one is increasing business charges for the leisure department, and I mean all the business charges are later on in your pack, but this was wrapped as a specific business case to highlight that the increase proposed in that area, which in summary are kind of in line with inflation, to just try and cover our costs really. So I don't know if you have any specific questions about this one. Any comments, committee? No. Okay. So the next one is about introducing carbon charges at all open spaces countryside locations. This comes as a next step after the introduction of similar charges in all the parking or the development park and park. So it's just an expansion of that, is them on the same basis.
Councillor Rees.
Thank you, Chair. The 50,000 that I'm saying, is that what you intend to, you think you can generate from people actually paying fees?
Yes.
So what amount of people allowed in there for servicing the equipment?
That's been included. So we have an overall amount for the total income that we think it's going to cost. Then you have an ongoing cost for servicing and repairing machines if needed. And there's also one of the implementation costs, because obviously we need to purchase all the equipment and get it installed, etc. So all that's been considered as part of it.
60, that's just the net
That's the net.
cost, but we can provide a breakdown.
Yeah, if you're
It would be interesting, because if you take 14 Loft, for example, they've introduced the parking charges. The number of occasions I've been there towards the back end of last year, the parking needs to be covered up because they've been vandalised or damaged, or they weren't working. So if you're intending to get money from them, but you're leaving them unserviced,
yes,
you're losing both ways.
and that's something we're very aware of. And for instance, one of the proposals here is that all the new machines we're going to purchase are going to be cut payment only, to avoid people using cash, because one of the reasons why they get vandalised is people trying to get access to some money that may be left there on overnight machines. We're kind of trying to learn from experience and make.
Yeah, we do need to move towards alternative ways of payment. So we've done that with people about car parks now, using credit cards, but also the car parks team as a whole manage. So that's it. So we could also be looking to roll out phone payment, because I know it's different for users. For convenience, I find that useful also some place.
Yeah,
because I can never work out how to get me back in the car.
But with people like Newport, will you be looking to outsource it to them? Will be is it a high cost to the resident, or is you can keep it all in house?
There's a number of different. I think we would have to use. So there's goes to that pay by something or other. As a one night, I've got 10 apps on my phone. So we were hopeful a lot of customers do the same thing. It does seem a little different one. So but we would look for one for across the board. I don't think we did toy with trying to develop our own app, but I think a lot of people have the main apps or use them. What we mentioned, the business models vary. Usually there's a slight charge back to us, but it's similar. We pay credit card fees and things, but there's a saving on paying credit card fees, because if you need money out, something gets stolen, but also banking fees. So you have to balance all those things out. It's not a straightforward decision between those two. There's also the convenience, you got park in Bristol weeks ago. You do, I think it's like 10 pence more on top you pay the fee for them, but for some people just that's the type.
Yes.
So I think actually at least then I can judge exactly when I can be back. So we just got to recognise the different ways of paying for it. The old method of paying by card is really reduced a lot. So
and there's provision for any charge that we may declare, for instance, if we move to card or system, we would not be passed on to the resident. We just the charges are remaining as they are.
More comments? Councillor Horton.
Some of the proposed areas, some of the best ones, for example, opposite the high school. Is that going to be locked in the evening, where some of the parks, obviously the bigger parks, if they're locked at night? These car parks, most of these, I think the Christchurch one is locked at night. The Leavens one is used by the social club, for example. Are there any time? Are they going to be time-bound parking, or is it going to be a 24/7?
No, the charges only apply. Hundreds of them applies by like 8 or 9 in the morning to like 5 in the evening. Evening. After that, there will be no charge. It's not a 24-hour charge.
So see, the better lane one is used by the school children as well, to park in their cars. So that's practices.
So there's provision for Cleveland in that one to have identified bays where there would be like an hour free in the morning, in the afternoon, or school drop-off collection. So I would not be charged.
Councillor House.
Yeah. As a principle, I don't support this because it's access to green spaces for people of the city, but that's aside from the point today here. I would like to see us consider something for local sort of youth sports teams that use the park to then all watch the children play football, rugby and all the rest of it. And this will be a particular issue at Cleveland where there are lots and lots of sort of community football pitches. It would be great to see that sort of exemption, or if you're there for less than a particular time or some way, we can engage with the football clubs. These will be people that are suffering from the cost of living themselves, and we're trying to support them in our communities. We want kids to be active and not be in their bedrooms playing on the computers. We want them out playing sports and from part of the community. So it's sort of privileged to a bit of a way that we can sort of engage with local clubs so that they're not paid to take kids play.
I mean, to start with, we try to keep the charges as low as possible. There's no proposal to increase charges from the one system that were in application this year. I think it's like £1 for up to 2 hours, and then it goes up to £3 for up to 5 hours. So try to really keep very reasonable charges anyway. But yeah,
Through down first. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. My question relates to parks, and just wondering, have you considered the impact of parking pressures residents living in adjacent streets? A lot of visitors most likely avoid car parks. I personally would pay a parking like in parking free, and a second question, Chair, is to go back to generation. Do we have, I think it has been partially addressed, but we have the financial projections or breakdown for each car park. And also, are we anticipating an X amount of visitors? We could sort of have that, breakdown.
To answer your question, I guess the advantage with this proposal, if you want to call it that, is that there's been similar charges introduced at other locations. So the kind of issues that you would expect in an area, they are quite, common to other areas. So there was a lot of conversations around potential impact on adjacent areas when this charges were introduced, in like Bellevue Park and 14 lots. And despite that initial kind of worry and resources put into, let's see how it goes, reality is that right after implementation, there hasn't been any significant issues observed in terms of displacement and neighbours having issues with parking spaces around their houses. So, but you may have a different opinion there. Yeah. Although,
I've had reports of cars being hit, but because they're parking on both sides of the street now on Waterloo Road. Cars have been damaged, allegedly.
What we can say about that is that if we're observing that there's an issue with illegal parking or inconsiderate parking, then it would be a matter of civil parking enforcement.
It's more the driving. The parking's probably okay. It's the drivers. Yeah, because of the reduced width of the road there.
Free driver training. It is difficult to balance that, isn't it? The one thing I would say, and the criticism of ourselves, is we haven't done enough to explain to people that actually, I could point out correctly, is when I pay the park, I'm actually contributing to keep that. Yeah. We can do more of that. Let people understand that actually the other option that team have in Silver City is to reduce what they do. So to do parks, just shut some big apartments. We don't want to do that. Because and so he's a small charge of the most. What he plays any goes directly on the council tax, so it's got to somewhere we've got to pay for it. The point of deliveries these rates are going to burden on people's cars. There's no perfect answer, but when I go to park, I think I contribute a little bit to the council services. I mean, I was parking in the council car park and I'm quite pleased that because often I end up parking a long way from where I need to be. But I think we need to do more to sell that. We need to do more to sell that and to say people understand is actually that's how we keep that
Yeah, I mean, one of the issues which has come up with car parking in Bellevue Park has actually been that people can be pleased about that, because previously people from the hospital were parking there the whole day. So it's actually made it easier for local people to use the park, because it put the hospital staff on parking there. Can I, there was
Sorry, just wanted to finish answering your
Yeah.
second question about breakdown. So there's been we've done a feasibility analysis and we've checked, gather data on average, number of users that you would expect depending on the time of the year, depending if it's weekdays or weekends, to come up with, proposals per different sites, and we could share that.
Just going back to the area or the area, having first-hand, like it's all where at the moment, being obviously involved in something fairly local, but you can often see more cars parked on the side roads than you can actually see in the car parks. When I was at campaigning initially last year, everybody along that sort of avenue parking, it's the parking. The frustration they were having suddenly that they had cars parked by the side of the road, suddenly getting access was a lot more difficult. And given the location, it's just very difficult because of the bridge and sort of around that area is a lot. So it is important to make sure that you do take residents' feelings into account, because if I don't leave £1, I won't go car to pay £1 because I'm paying for the service all around it. That's not everybody wants to pay.
What's the return on investment? So at what point? So obviously, the bigger the car park, the quicker the return would be. So for some of these smaller car parks, if you're going to be paying, I don't know, we'll just pick a number out here, £5,000 to install the facility and then do the work to make sure the bays are correct, so everything's done and it's all above board. At what point is that then, does that payback actually start, or that cost actually start becoming a profit? So for example, like I said, if it's going to cost £5,000 to do a car park, yet we're not going to actually see £5,000 worth of return on that car park for the next 4 or 5 years, is it really worth spending that money on that car park?
Yeah, I think that'd probably be, so if we give the breakdown and we've got all the car parks, that'll help with those.
So every single car park is different.
We'll have a different, because like you said, it is, I mean, it's not simple that really, but the more spaces, the quicker you return, and the ratio of the spend needed relative to the return. But in terms of how it affects the council, though, it's an immediate hit in the first year of the savings, because of the way that it's budgeted and the cost that gets split out.
But surely the initial spend is also offset that. So if you're going to, like I said, if you're going to spend £5,000 to do the car park, then that money's got to come from somewhere. But are you then?
I mean, in this specific instance, and without giving you now a breakdown per site, the overall business case was a income per year of about 50,000, and that excludes any yearly costs that you have maintenance. There's a one-off implementation cost of 69. So yeah, in that first year, you may say I'm investing a bit more than what I'm getting that first year because of all the purchase and installation. But from the non, you are recovering this investment.
What utilisation of the car parks? What things? So if we've got a 100-space car park, you say what percentage utilisation are you using in that calculation?
Yes. I don't have the figures here top of my head.
It does vary from
It's in
the little model in the spreadsheet.
So is that an industry standard that you're using, or have somebody gone along and
I think
calculation?
I think originally when they were done before, it was kind of an industry standard, but that's been updated with the knowledge we've got from
local knowledge,
obviously,
on site usage
and the impact of the other car parks. So there's, you expect a bit of a deterioration, and you've got a broadband figures there. We would split that in the general model.
Councillor Thomas, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about, we obviously, the council took over the Kingsway car park, and I'm aware that there are subsidies to so that people using the leisure centre, I think it's 2 hours free. Who makes the, who provides that subsidy? Is that a council subsidy?
So the Kingsway car park is a little bit different from our old car park because the arrangement we have in there is effectively it's a long lease.
Yeah.
That we operate it.
Yes, I realise.
Yeah. And so there's some historic agreements that are in place at 70% of the businesses whereby they pay in X amount and then they get certain spaces forever. So it does vary. And similarly elsewhere, some of our car parks have business spaces in them. On our fees and charges.
Yeah, I mean, say for £1,000,
Yeah,
you get for a business to get a business parking permit. But I'm not encouraging the suspension of that because I think what they're doing there with the excise referral and various blood certificates is very valuable. But I just wondered if that was a cost to the council directly.
Some of that is wrapped up, like I said, in the original use. So we lifted and shift. There was agreements in place. I also think, just from memory, I don't think it's there anymore. Actually, there was a car wash thing. There's a number of concessions and things that link up with that overall development, which is factored into the council's budget at the time.
There's an income there. It's not a concession for a car wash.
Yeah, you think they're open one. We've got a number of cars across the city.
No, I mean, I suppose some of those things will be limited, time limited, because of the removal of the leisure centre within the shorter or longer. But thank you.
Move on. Yeah, so the next one is about introduction of charges for some waste elements of our household waste recycling sector. Because whereas we cannot charge for household waste that our residents bring to us as a service that's provided as part of our forest inventory service. There are some of the types of waste that are quite commonly produced in households are, construction type of waste that we don't have to accept, that we've been accepting and not charging for it. That has a cost to the council that it's increasingly difficult to meet. So for us to being able to keep providing the service, we have to consider introducing small charges.
Councillor Ritzis and Councillor Howells.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one on that. So if you're going to charge households to clean, what about the flip of that? And is there any way you can sell that? Because builders, for example, on construction look for rubble, which you do collect at the site, and landscapers looking for earth, collect earth. Is there any way of, let's say, recycling that and selling it back to
We're actually, I mean, all that material gets collected, gets recycled, and gets, makes its way through the chain. So it's made
charged out or given out.
Well, the whole operation is not material you can go in and reduce it straight away. There has to be an industrial process to ensure that, it gets segregated into the different material, the different, diameters. It gets marketed, etc. So unfortunately, despite, being back in the chain and reused, eventually it does come.
So it probably goes. So raw material that goes to the HWRC site that goes onto a secondary processor will sold at an income. So there is some income. There are also some things with cost. So for each type of material, it's not as if there's one grade. So rubble is a good example. Is if you've got a clean site with a consistent form of rubble and you've got a site that wants to take it, it could be a small income. If you've got quite mixed and random stuff with households, it tends to be a lower grade. Similar with wood. So we have a mixed grade wood. I don't know off the top of my head, but £30 is it to be paid to dispose of wood? But if you had, lots of linear, everyone produced exactly the same things, there is a value to it. So if you look at the operating costs of the HWRC side, you've got basically the people that we employ on there, the equipment, the skips, the wages, the electricity costs, and then you've got two big pluses and minuses. You net off all the income we get for it, and you add on all the payment we pay to dispose of stuff. So that is taken into consideration. The materials listed here are sold. The range of materials that we get from the public are net cost disposal. So it's picking up that cost. It's also picking up the element of the staffing as well.
And this particular three elements, all of them have a cost. For recycling. Yeah.
Councillor Howells.
Yeah.
And Councillor
Just sort of practical implementation, really. Do we have the systems and capability to do it? It's looking at my system at the moment. I suspect people will not declare what they bring in, so that requires sort of manpower of some sort to sort of be checking and all the rest. And what happens is then people sort of black bag stuff up to disguise it, they then to go in the wrong space. So how will we get overcome that? I guess there's some sort of no costs on the labor for implementing this. We're feeling like some to that.
Well, I mean, you'd be hopefully pleasantly surprised about, you know, the amount of people that follow the rules, and as soon as there's a charge, they will due to be paid for it and disclosed to correctly. We obviously have operatives on site monitoring and providing advice to residents to see what they do and what type of waste they are disposing of and where they put it. We also ask people to bring segregated waste, and then there are checks in place, and you can be asked, you know, for, you know, open whatever waste we bring in and doing some checks. So all of that is in place. We will charge for the waste at the point of making a booking. So it would be similar to other council services, whereby, like, for instance, when you do kind of like a bulk collection, and you request what you want, and there's like payment at that stage, and then would be monitoring on site by existing staff, or, you know, the material that is brought in at the moment.
Is there recommended sizes of bag?
Well, I mean, it's difficult to say, and you know, people will use what they can. We can impose on people that they use specific bags for disposal. We're just using like kind of average weights in terms of what can be brought to the site, and
it's a balancing act between getting exactly perfect so and the practicalities of delivering it. And so, you know, what Sylvia and the team have done is this is a common. This is common charge across the CA sites. Probably most, if not roughly half the CA sites in the country will have some form of charge for these materials. So, you know, you've got what works well and what doesn't work well, and it is a balance. It's not exactly perfect. You could be measuring it and weighing it and stuff, but it's about the practicality of operating the site and covering the costs of this material.
That's right.
I hate at the start. This, I'm assuming you're expecting to the knock-on effect of this will be an increase in the amount of trade waste costs, because obviously there's definitely going to be people that are making frequent trips to the tip to offload businesses in a nefarious thing of loading a car up and then taking that to the tip and disposing of trade waste incorrectly. In the electronic system, I know I've used it myself a number of times. I'm guessing it logs. You keep a log of number plates of how often, how the frequency of people attending the tip. So, are you is it going to be factored in the amount of times that somebody is making that trip? Because obviously, we all generate similar sorts of rubbish at a reasonably standard rate, I would imagine. You might have a peak and a trough every now and again, but it's always going to be reasonably standard. If you're seeing a vehicle attending the tip repeatedly, week in, week out, or a couple of times through the week, what processes are going to be put in place to try and investigate that activity? Is it being thought of?
So, before we introduced the booking system on site, it was very difficult to have any sort of control of who was coming. And as you said, as a result, we knew there was some abuse from some traders and, you know, small companies that disguised as, you know, residents would try to get, you know, rid of the waste without having to pay. The introduction of the booking system really helped, because then you have to you know, give your contact details, your registration details. There's like, it's much more policed than it was before, and as a result, we saw a significant decrease in those frequent users and a significant increase on the people that suddenly we started a commercial service at the landfill. So we know that the books. At the moment, we haven't introduced any limits in terms of the amount of times that a resident can make use of the site, because, you know, it's a free available you know, service for residents, and as long as they bring all the waste segregated and correctly disposed of, we haven't considered it imposing those limits. However, that's something that, if became necessary, could be contemplated at a later point in time.
Somebody's using it 2 or 3 times more frequently than you'd expect. This a question should be asked as to why.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. The normal, like, some people do like to visit in small quantities.
Yeah, maybe moving house and then you
That's exactly right. You get those peaks dropped, and you. As always said, the data we knew out there because people looking at the patterns earlier. Other councils have moved to restrict, so you get set number of visits you can receive it. It is something that can be considered not part of this proposal.
And what, or has anything been thought about the potential for fly tipping off the back of this as well?
I mean, this is something that comes up regularly. We haven't found any evidence that links changes to the seaside to the police in fly tipping, because, you know, I would assume, and I would not expect that, you know, normal people who are complying with normal regulations go and suddenly decide to do something illegal.
Is that locally or nationally? Are you talking locally or nationally for that assumption?
Well,
you can't attribute your values to the public. You have to go to the lowest common denominator, which will be, I've now got to pay £10 to do that. Nobody's looking, it's dark, and there's all by there. You have to factor in the lowest common denominator.
But as I said, so these sort of systems have been introduced across the country, and you know, it's an obvious, or if you don't do something, you want to be likely to. But reality is there seems to be very little correlation at all across the country on the data that we have. But the you know, again, the key thing is, and yeah, you'll get some people behave in a particular way, but it's very difficult. You can't design services. I mean, you know, the logical sort of eventual argument that is, well, you know, shops shouldn't sell anything because why that's encouraging people to steal things. So it's a difficult. The vast majority of people do comply, and you know, also you look at these materials, they are things that people are having every week. It's a sizable total amount of income, but that's over everyone in Newport over the course of a year. You're not rocking up the CA site with barrels full of rubble every week. If you are, there's probably some other issues.
If it's a data-driven decision, then it's generally going to be the right one, isn't it? What is it?
Would you like to come in?
So you said that there's going to be a charge which will be paid before you get to the site. Now the tip shop is asking you to pop in there first to see if they can recycle it. So if it was an item that could be recycled and therefore you weren't tipping it, would you get a refund on your booking fee?
this is just specifically for rubble type of waste, tyres and plasterboard. Those are no materials that would be accepted by the tip shop. So kind of the reuse element that is outside this proposal. These are materials are collected in our main skips and we know they need to go to a seaside.
So if you were redoing your bathroom and you had the sanitary ware that was good enough that you would take it for the tip, you go to the tip shop, they say, no, we'll have it off you. Would you get a refund on that booking fee?
There wouldn't be a charge for sanitary ware anyway. They're only proposing a charge for the platform types.
Doesn't that come under rubble then? To go in the rubble?
I think that's quite a bit of challenge.
I mean, I would not expect someone to bring a full toilet as part of the charge to rubble. If you have a full toilet, you know, you. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. Well, sticking with the theme, if somebody's made a mistake, how is that then rectified?
We can have a think about to make sure that you get out of the forms. Yes. If there are mistakes. So just on, we do have some. The news equivalent that we operate quite regularly is bulky waste collections. There's some mechanisms in place for that.
Yeah. So
that, you know, I think it's a valid point for us to try and understand and make sure, you know, in our mind there's nothing that'll cross over those loops. But we would expect people not pinning things. If they were confused, then there'd be a way to. You know, I know you could get. Also, yeah, there'll be some form of method, but we will take that on board. We'll work to make sure that any of the system that the clever people in my team.
But just for that's why we're doing this conversation now. What sorts of volumes are we talking about? Is there if somebody turns up in, well, for example, I'd like to Ford Ranger. So if I turn up my Ranger, the back of the truck is filled with stuff. And somebody turns up in a micro car with a tiny bit of waste in their boot. how is there a sliding scale of costs, or is it a one size fits all?
So information will be made available at the point of booking, so people understand what's the charge and will apply based on the volumes they bring in. Tyres are very easy because we charge per tyre. You know, for gravel and plasterboard, there may be a bit of a, you know, sort of system that we need to probably explain to people to let them know, because normally it's per bag or per sheet. You have to replace plasterboard that you have replaced, and we charge the sheet, so you like 3 weeks. We'll expect you to, you know, make a payment for 3 sheets and so on. Also, kind of the bags based on that 25-30 kilo bag system. Okay, no more questions? Okay.
Yes, can I ask about the, you know, going back to this fine tipping business again? I mean, I've never sort of understood the logic of somebody who will avoid paying, you know, for a few bags of something which then, and then they drive out miles into the countryside to find an isolated place to tip it. But I mean, who currently collects that sort of, you know, when we hear about these, you know, when something appears in the archives, about some country lane that's had been dumped on, who collects that at the moment?
So at the moment, if that's on public highway up the roads, that would be the waste and enforcement team.
Right.
You know, so we do get all collective requests, we do investigate, remove the waste and take enforcement action, whatever.
Yeah. So, but we're not, what I'm worried about is us slicing the surface so thinly that we don't have any capacity if something, you know, unusual happens, that means, you know, we've got more collections that need to be made. You're confident that you can still, you know, that is flexible.
I think that's probably a good response to that. The challenge often we have is non-council land, and private land. People assume is the council land. That one, we can't just go in and clear it. Two is if the council do that, then we can send the private landowners not to clear their own waste. That is actually our biggest challenge on that differentiation, because the public, they look at it, just see a street or a road, don't know which bits the council's responsible, which is not. That's a bigger challenge. Obviously, we've had some big one-off events that to know, which we spent a lot of time.
That's the level I was trying to remember.
Okay, thank you, thank you, Sylvia. Okay, so next one is about start charging for replacement bins when, you know, one gets damaged and the rest of them gets requests a new one. There is a charge in place. If you go to this year's piece of charge, you will see there is a charge already in place. We just haven't been actively charging residents for it yet. However, it got to the point where it has an admin cost for us to administer all those requests and for the actual delivery of bins. So it's a matter of starting to use the charge for those residents are requesting.
Mr. Ricks, related.
Yes, so yeah, with regards to the charging then, is that a flat fee or is it means tested? I.e., if people on benefits, would they still have to pay the same fee?
It is a set fee, because I mean, for us, the cost of managing and delivering the requests is the same, no matter what.
The discretion's on the fee. So the fee we're switching on is one that's already in the season charges report. So it's currently paid by new homeowners. So if you move into a new house, you'd be paying that, but this is for individual bins itself. So if one gets broken and replaced, then you'd be picking up that replacement charge, because obviously, you know, it seems to last for a long time, but over the course of Newport, we've got about 70,000 residents, you know, it's actually quite a lot of money there.
So an example and I've seen on the news over the years where certainly the estates in Newport and the estates in Newport has done, kids have taken a wee bin, set fire to them, etc. And to be replaced. So you have discretion where instances like that, you'd be able to say, well, we're not going to charge that because that's not the homeowner's fault, as it were, but they still got to forget from you.
And you know, there may be certain instances where we need to check, and there's, for instance, some areas where there's a community and things like that. So there would be a certain element that would be the charge. But in general, with the vast majority of residents, you know, they have their own individual bin, and it's a matter of ownership and ensuring that they take care of the bin and it gets lost, damaged, or stolen. unfortunately, it would be the responsibility to pay for anyone.
Yeah, it's just on the back of really asked that. It's just more to do with stolen things. Some residents don't have, gardens, things. An alleyway, a back alleyway may be so narrow, so those particular vehicles to go in and connect. So do we have any sort of plans and action plan in place for that in those instances?
That's something that we can certainly look at specific locations where we know there may be, issues that are not being dealt with.
I suppose the challenge is it's difficult to say to someone that says, all right, I need a new bin. Instead, okay, that's or it was stolen. I think the differentiation might be a challenge there. It is a bit of a blunt instrument, and there will certainly be exceptions and the issues, and we've also got to be, it's a challenge to get that exactly right, isn't it? That's the thing we've got to make sure that we come out.
So, we're talking about, data shows that average number of requests per year when we replace them, we're talking about roughly 1,750 households a year compared to the 70,000 that we have in a relatively small figure.
Thank you, Sylvie. I've got Councillor Reynolds next and then Councillor Horton.
Thank you, Chair. Forgive me if this has already been asked, but I'm still struggling a bit with the sound, so I'm not really hearing some of what's being asked, but I'll ask the question anyway. It's linked to what Councillor Reeks was saying about the charges and the sort of the liability, if you like, of residents. I've had one raised to me quite recently, and I've also had a personal experience myself where I've had 2 bins stolen from outside my front door. So I've had to go and get replacements for my own that have been stolen, and I've had another resident who's complained that their bins have got broken by the operatives themselves, who sort of sling them up the banking near where they live. So again, not their fault. So I say, forgive me if this has been asked already, but is there going to be any sort of leeway for requests where it's obviously not the owner's fault? And my second part of that question as well, is there going to be any changing advice to the operatives in terms of the way they actually deal with the boxes? Because again, I do see that myself, where boxes are just slung up a bank and they get smashed to smithereens, which is quite annoying for the owners. And obviously it's not their fault.
Thank you, Councillor Reynolds.
So, in terms of bins damaged by our operatives, all our vehicles are equipped with cameras. That's something that, if that's the case, we can check. I would not expect a resident to pay for a bin if we can ascertain that it's been the council's fault. And we certainly encourage all our operatives to dispose of to return the bins correctly and handle them with care, although sometimes accidents happen. So yeah, I would not, impose a charge on those specific instances where we can see it's been operative fault. As to the other cases, unfortunately, I think that would be part of the, taking ownership of the bin and care of the bin. And I know that these are people with still some neighbours' bins, some things like, putting the house number with a sticker on your bin, things like that may help identify your bin and reduce, chances of people being stolen or damaged. But yeah.
Councillor Horton.
Yeah, it was very similar to what John was just saying. Every one of my recycling bins is broken, and they've all been broken by the guy on curbside, by the guys collecting. There's no argument. I categorically say that is how they've been broken. It's for recycling, but we still gonna have to be buying these bins. Are still going to be purchased.
Yeah. The charges we're talking specific. These are charges for wheelie bins. This is not the recycling containers. And if I'm honest, we've had issues with like poor quality lately of material. So I know they can be easily damaged. We are replacing them.
Yeah, that's sorry, my bad. That's a resident screaming at me about it.
We will replace them though, if they get damaged. So.
For the wheelie bins,
this is specifically for wheelie bins.
Okay.
Okay, committee.
As like a national rents, but his abilities actually affect.
Many.
And then the final one is a change in the frequency of residual collections in garden waste collections from current 4 daily collections to 3 daily, with no changes to the recycling collections will remain weekly.
Councillor Ricks and Councillor Aizen.
Sure, this is quite a hot topic for a lot of Newport residents. But in the report, you make some reference to the fact that this will help residents recycle more, and therefore help Newport to meet its recycling rates. If we could recycle more, surely we'd be doing that. Residents, we'd be doing that now. We wouldn't be forced into taking having to wait 3 weeks to bins to be taken rather than 2. We'd be filling up recycling bins, etc., and then all the bin and everything would be okay. Can you just explain to me the thinking behind how this is going to increase our recycling?
So you expect that, yeah, if you know recycling is important, there's some targets, everybody should be doing the best to, recycle. There's a combination of, perhaps not having all the information or neither the change in habits or some additional support about realities that we have data that shows. There's like regularly there are studies done so that we go and look into what's inside the bins. And there's like all the waste gets itemized, and you would say, oh, this is how much of X material that you find in your recycling bin. That's been done a few times over the years. The previous analysis.
Sorry, so the wheelie bins or in the
wheelie bins.
So we got bin counts.
So every 5 years.
Every 5 years, roughly.
Every council in Wales required to do so. It's a composition analysis and look at our residual waste, how much is being thrown on, how much that's still recycling, and that's used to calculate the progress against the national strategy of reducing and eliminating waste. But in terms of how why we think it will increase recycling, I suppose the answer is because there's already multiple councils that have done this, around about 20 across the UK, and you'll see the majority of the councils as well that haven't done this result this currently for this phase for next year, and every one of them has had a significant increase in recycling. Going back in Newport, when I remember when we originally bought the refuse collection, things said then, and that had an increase in recycling. If you look at what our recycling rate was 20 years ago, 6%, and what it's moved to now, which is 67. So those changes only happened because of one reason, because we collected a new material for recycling. So when we had plastic, when we had card, we had textiles, or when we made recycling more frequent, or when we reduced residual availability. And that's the same across everyone who's done this, has seen the same evidence. And you think, yeah, hopefully everyone will recycle everything, but people don't, particularly food waste, recycle, but also across the range of dry recyclables, they're readily available. And I think, we're looking at a lot of savings that we've got to make to save money, but actually, we're driving around picking up residual work, goes back to that income, we're picking up mixed recycling materials, mixed in with our residual waste, we're then paying a large cost to dispose of that. We should be collecting that, recycling that, generating an income to reduce our costs. We're on our recycling rate 67% is a really good recycling rate. Performing city authority in the UK out of the 69 cities, although when there's an essence to be 4 more cities, and we're just checking one with a better recycling rate. The issue being is we've got statutory targets. So 24, 25 or 25, 26, definitely 25, 24, 25, which, still like a long way away, but it's like really close now. We must commit 70%. If we don't, for every ton of waste that we dispose underneath that 70%, we have to pay an additional charge of £200 a tonne. So the savings that we're showing you for the savings are just the savings of our operation at the moment, but the avoided future costs are significantly different.
And just to finish answering your question, the data we have in the conversation shows that about 1/3 of what currently people are putting in the wheel is recycled. So the idea is that by reducing frequency and limiting capacity, you just make them think twice about where they put their waste, because we still have all the recycling collections without changes on a weekly basis. We haven't ever limited the amount of containers that people can have if, you know, they need additional capacity. And specifically, as Paul mentioned, our big target at the moment is food waste, because about 25% of what's in that bin is food waste, which is the material that traditionally people have been more reluctant to recycle because they think manipulation is going to be more difficult, which, you know, once you get round to it, people say it's not. It gets collected weekly. It reduces the amount of time you have it there. It is potentially smells, etc. So it's just changing the way you handle your waste rather than a natural reduction.
But in terms of the service, then is there going to be maybe an educational improvement in the actual collection service? And I'll give you a real-time example. I think one of them here today, the next one first to come here. Recycling's been collected. My cardboard bag was full, so I put cardboard out underneath that bag to go. And they've taken the bag, emptied out, and they've left all the cardboard on the floor that I couldn't fit in the bag. So how are we going to improve that service when the minimum taken away what they should do now? Where's this education come from here? Because you can't, what you don't want is residents who can say, I've got all this mess over the floor, all this cardboard left here, and they haven't collected it, and they're sending another van out to go and pick it back up. Because any sort of cost savings just gone.
Those things certainly needs to be addressed, and you know, I'm surprised because they should have collected all the cardboard unless you have very, very big, you know, piece of cardboard that would not fit the vehicle.
No, definitely.
They don't collect them all the time, and they'll only collect 2 bags and 2 boxes. So
to be honest, I would think most households won't produce more than 2 bags.
But you're saying that we're going to actually try and recycle more.
Yeah.
So there could potentially be more goods that aren't being left to be collected. So we need to have a strategy in place to be able to.
And to be honest, as part of this proposal, because we want to ensure that the resources are right and that, you know, the services are carried out as they should, what we're proposing is to start the trial to really, you know, see what it looks like and ensure that the resources are allocated.
Casnewydd?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just have we considered financial implications of lighting for next year? Just going on Welsh Government stats, I believe it costed us just under £270,000 lighting clearances, which makes us one of the worst, if not the worst, in authority when it comes to lighting clearances. The recorded figure of 7,621 lighting incidents. And will this increase the amount of lighting if we reduce the waste collection service from a fortnightly to a 3-week collection, considering that we've got bin sizes of an average of 120 years old?
So again, I mean, with this proposal, I mean, there's this conception that we are reducing the service, but as I said, that the weekly recycling collectors haven't changed, and all the materials are currently in the wheel bins that could be recycled, and that people would have to stop putting the wheel bin, you know, to adjust to the reduced capacity when there's like less frequent collections for that waste, can go onto the recycling containers that they have and are being collected on a weekly basis. So there's not an overall reduction, because if the waste they produce is the same and they put in different containers, they will still get everything collected from the houses.
It is the reduction of service.
Well, but you still have your weekly recycling collections.
The vast majority
Is still a reduction of service.
the vast majority of waste we should be producing now should be recycled. So we've got a frequent weekly collection on that. The residual waste bin should be going more and more for non-lethal things that, you know, should be being scrubbed out. We should not be using as much. So there's right, you know, the capacity that we actually have across, you know, garden waste bin, recycling boxes, residual waste bin is significantly more than we had 20 years ago. It's before we had the weekly bins with our own great car approach. So there is the capacity there, but we've got to not those challenges, but again, you know, we've got to increase what we're recycling. We've got to drive that behaviour change, and we do that through education and awareness, but that only gets us so far. Look, all of the data that we've had from our own authority and from local authorities suggests this will increase recycling. And there's no corresponding increase in fly tipping. But most of the fly tipping we do it's not really residents going all that bins are full again, as I said, or right at the countryside because you just put it in the box next to it rather than the bin. So we don't see those sort of behaviours. One of the reasons our cost of fly tipping are high is partly how we record it. So we record literally everything now. We've changed the way we did record it. We also 2 years ago the cabinet invested some more money so there'd be quick response. So we doubled the number of teams we've got. All that done is that means we get an average response time of I think 1.5 days. So it means that response is quicker and faster. And so we could artificially deflate that figure just by reducing response time and service for residents, but that's not what's decided. So it is a challenge, but we do need people to change their behaviour.
So if I can add, sorry, just to finalise that we had a relatively recent experience when we reduced the size of hot bins in 1920. That was coupled with extensive communications campaign, and there was support available for residents, so that if someone is struggling with the waste, they don't know what to do, they think they're not going to cope, they don't know how to recycle. I mean, there's support available so that if people contact us, we can go and meet with them and see what the issues are and work with them to try and solve them. So it's not a matter of, oh, you deal with your waste, it's about trying to raise awareness about how our services operate, what they can and cannot do, and what support the council can provide to try and work with our residents so that there's an overall increase in recycling and they manage their waste.
It's funny we were saying some of the the investment and startup but not costs in this is us resourcing that a bit more so that we've got some extra capacity to help with residents and find out what can be recycled, the best ways of doing it. People can curbside and also just way they can deal with it. Sometimes people don't recycle because they don't know.
Do we have a strategy in place? The formal official strategy.
And this is more from social waste management.
This is part of our overall waste strategy.
Yeah, and we have like our policies in place and available.
That's part of the overall waste strategy we adopted. I think I want to say about 3 years ago.
Yes.
It's been a precursor of this.
Do we have a dedicated strategy that lives at night?
That's just part of that overall.
Okay.
Yes.
Just one last question, if possible. In terms of provisions for bins for large families, say households of 5, I understand currently 6 or more. I think different. Are there any provisions at all?
That's something that we would review as part of the change.
So the recommendations give us the cut-off point from 6. 6, and I think we're open recommendations both from the public and from the way that's it. And not this happens. If you're one person at home, you're going to consume a lot less waste than people. I mean, I'm a family of 4, and I think I'm holding the record facilities team, but I'm about once every 4 months for my residual bin. And so, I don't expect everyone to do as well as we sell, but we can do that. We just need to get more of that residual, all that recycling out of the residual waste into the recycling bin.
Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah, a couple of points really. One of the biggest issues for this is actually communal bins, because you're in a block of flats, you've got very little control about what your neighbours are doing, and they fill up the bins without recycling. Those bins stink, of course, problems with sort of vermin and rats and all the rest of it. So being a block of flats can be absolutely fantastic at recycling, and you suffer the knock-on effects. And so I think that's something we need to think very carefully about. And I don't support a 3-weekly collection. I think it would be a poor step for Newport, but if the cabinet did decide to do it, my recommendation would be that excluded communal bins, and actually communal bins remains on the same process of current 2 weeks.
I mean, we have a different approach to communal bins, even if we need to be fair in terms of what capacity we give to residents, and someone who lives in a house may say it's not fair that they have less capacity than someone living in a flat only because of a communal bin. We need to be mindful of that. We have a different approach, and we we have a separate project. We're trying to do a lot of work with, at the moment, registered social landlords, but also with private landlords to see how we can improve blocks of flats. I mean, I'm talking landlords because there's a high percentage of tenancy agreements in place in blocks of flats, but you know, with flats owners, see if we can improve collections from blocks of flats with communities. So that's something that is very much on a radar. Yes.
It is a challenge, and I'd sort of be happy to engage on it. You know, particularly from where I live, there's having to impress somebody last week on sort of ITV News, and
yeah, that was a management company, but yes,
it was a management company. But
yes,
what happens is that you know you see a communal bin store, other residents then wander around, chuck their bags in because they've been a bit full. Then service charge implications for the people who live in the flats because they pay for it to be cleared. They bring private companies in to clear it, which then gets passed on to service charge, whether it be you know a housing association or a private management company. It's having a real sort of impact on people's quality of lives in an apartment.
So, the communal things are actually chances far better when people own and have their own responsibility for something. You know, and behaviour differs. You know, even without if you look at how well people recycle, they have their own bin. They're responsible for behaviour. So yeah, we accept that there's a difference there.
Yeah, just sort of a secondary point there on the actual sort of budget proposals. I think I'm reading it that there are sort of redundancies as a result of this, but they don't sort of appear. There's sort of revenue under 333,000 sort of costs.
There's no redundancies because even if you say, oh, you're reducing your residual collections and it's because who's doing those collections. We are at the same time increasing the resources for collection of recycling. So where you kind of lose 2 vehicles when you're doing your residual rounds, and you're putting 2 additional vehicles when you're doing your recycling rounds. And we're not anticipating any redundancies. The council is really part of this proposal.
So would they be redeployed to waste things? So which
It's easily good, but actually, just as it happens in this area, there's enough gap in recruitment and agency uses that it would impact it. But if you look holistic, so on the technical point, there's no need to be distributed across. But if you look at the overall budget from employment, actually the net is the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if it was sort of a little bit of what we go activities, do we pay waste savers to collect our kids solid waste? And where have we sort of reviewed that contract money? And is there an opportunity for us to be able to deliver that service with the efficiency savings related here in the road? So you know, I mean, I get complaints all the time from people, and I see it myself about the poor service waste things. Talk about how they just chuck the boxes around and break things, and you know, if anybody else in the pub traffic ends all over the road, and you know, I'm often going out and sort of picking up and soon after, and I know what's what the residents do. Yeah, I think lots of councillors are not satisfied with the sort of support and the service we get from waste savers right away across our communities. I wonder sort of how we deal with that, but there's an opportunity here in sort of look up.
Well, I mean, that's kind of separate from the actual proposal, but that's something that I mean, we certainly will look at as part of our waste services.
I think this is a difficult one to bring up here because I just say, you know, it's an outside organisation, but I don't want to. I don't, you know, I'm very reluctant to criticise, and they do a really difficult job. They just managed to maintain an amazing service through lockdown when they've had staff reductions and things like this. And I think they've had their own to do. And maybe sort of standard material on blocks and stuff would help here.
Thank you.
Councillor Hartley.
Paul, I don't know how you manage to go 4 months without. There's only myself and my wife and my son every probably about a week of a fortnight, but we have a bin about that size in our utility room, and it's never full. And that goes so every fortnight. That's what goes into the bin. So I agree. I personally, 3 weeks for me, a month would probably be okay because we do recycle. My wife is quite strict on it. We do recycle as much as possible. I agree that we do have a problem with communal bins because it's the attitude of, well, they've done it, so why should I clean up after another resident? And so in my ward, Victoria, across the riverfront, all private residents, a lot of them are rentals. But it's always a massive problem, and and the charges then do get passed on to the residents and to the businesses. So we do see that is a problem. That is a genuine problem, and how we fix that, whether that's an educational piece or whether that is how you find the culprit, that it's that first domino. Once that first domino falls, then the rest of them just seem to follow. And you are right, Mark. People do throw stuff over the top. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter what like somebody will do that again. It's how we fix that. I don't have the answer. I'm sure it's not beyond the wit of man to come up with a solution. I'm sure that other councils have experienced similar sorts of problems, and there will be ideas out there and fixes. It's just how do we collectively do that?
I would say communal problems communal things are a problem. Councils across the country, other councils would be significant problems. If you look where communal things are much more successfully managed on the continent, it tends to be because there's a pay-as-you-go type approach.
Not buy-in of the residents.
Well, it's partly that, but they'll work with systems where your waste is tagged and you pay at the cost, so therefore you've another incentive not to dispose of so much. We don't have that within the UK, and we do know communal bins cause problems. We've had some successes at some sites, but it does involve us as a council working in partnership with those private, because they usually are private management companies, registered social landlords and others involved, and getting everyone around involved together, because otherwise it's a bit of dancing around the issues.
And there needs to be like a common approach and willingness to contribute, because we really need to do specific kind of analysis of the specific areas, because problems are different depending on the location, depending on the layout, depending on the type of people that live there. So there's a number of things, or a combination of things that we can do, and so sometimes it works wonderfully. Some of the times it's a bit more challenging, but we are really, putting resources and time dedication into serving or improving collections from communal areas. And well, I'm expecting it will actually increase from this year with some dedicated resources. So,
Councillor Thomas?
Yeah, just on this recycling business, if you go to cities abroad, you'll find very often that the shops have got a big machine, usually right by the door, where you can post your plastic bottles and things back in, and you get some sort of rebate. Now, I did read something recently about, I believe Westminster government had a proposal that they wanted to be rolled out, which has been delayed. Now, if this was phenomenally successful and and was well used, would that affect? Would we suffer then, because it would reduce our rates of recycling of plastics, wouldn't it?
There's a lot of discussion about it. It's a Welsh and English proposal. Scotland is doing this slightly separately. There's a lot of discussion on that, yeah, because the risk is recycling rates are by per local authority, and of course these systems will collect that on a larger scale, so there needs to be some sort of redistribution of that. The challenge that we've got is more around that the proposals mainly target more high value recyclables.
Right.
So when we're collecting, going back to the HPRC, it's similar with our waste heaps contract. So we pay for the people and the vehicles through that. Material income that gets sold for gets deducted off that. So if suddenly your high value plastic bottles or glass bottles, aluminium cans to be taken out of that system, you're left with the lower value materials, it does impact it. And so local authorities talk to the government how that balances out. There is a commitment from government that all local authorities will be no worse off. But we need to understand the detail. It's a challenge. That's going to be a challenge over the next 5 years. But again, that there is that can drive up recycling. It's a lot more inconvenient. So one of the areas we do try to recycle slightly is on the go, the street litter and the like, is because you suffer from heavy levels of contamination. Yeah. So by adding a value that deposit return type scheme, so I don't want to guess how old the members are going to be like, but some may even remember when that used to be. Yeah, you can say with popcorns, there was an informal system.
If we don't meet that target, then we're looking at £500,000 fine on the Welsh government. Which means what? I can't remember the numbers now. Is it 3% on council tax? I mean, that sort of thing.
I think about 1%. But the figure members fine go up each year. So they combine, and also then you go through the system. It makes a significant.
the mind, doesn't it?
But also, you know, you'd say there's also the environmental damage. The reason Welsh government, UK government are putting the pressures on us is because you can't actually carry on consuming that and just throwing it away because we'll run out. So we'll destroy the planet and be no one left to pick up our bins. So, you know, it's a challenge for both sides, economically and environmentally.
Okay, committee, any more questions? No. Thank you, Sylvia. Very much. Would the committee like a break? Come for a break? Yes, I think we would. Okay.
Dana, some of friends that come knock on my door. It's all there, not all out today.
And I think
You're ready for committee?
I think that was about so I think being on the same.
Thank you, committee, being now live. Thank you, Steve and Jared, for attending our meeting. Right,
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, just to talk about the changes to operational practice and procedure budget proposal I set before you. There's two discrete elements within this, so I'll talk to them both. Firstly, we've got the reduction of level in the drainage operational service. So this is about our operatives who will out on the patch. They will be carrying out things like checking gully grills, cleaning reams for control, and ensuring that water carrying assets within council services. The second part of this proposal is the withdrawal of one gully emptying machine and crew. The council currently has 3 gully machines associated to 2 operative crews for each machine. We're looking to reduce our gully sucking fleet by 1 machine and 2 operative crews. That's the broad proposals, Chair and Committee, so there's an increase.
any questions? Okay, Councillor Thomas, then Councillor Rick.
Thank you. I just wondered, where have other improvements in our maintenance come from to allow us to reduce the overall resources which are being used for those?
I think within this proposal, this is an area where we see we are currently fulfilling our function as we need to at the moment. As we mentioned to the presentation, we're looking at difficult decisions because the magnitude of the budget gap. There would have to be some changes probably to policy and procedures. For example, the gully sucking regime. We currently lend some gullies on a 6-monthly schedule, some gullies on a 12-monthly schedule. To look about whether we reduce, say, the 6-monthly schedule to a 12-monthly schedule in line with the others. So those are sort of things that we need to consider to be sure we have appropriate policy and procedures in place to continue the function.
Yeah, I'm obviously aware, we've made considerable investments through one fund or another in flood alleviation schemes. I don't suppose there's a direct correlation between the two. The work of improving flood alleviation does not necessarily correlate to the gully type clearing exercise, does it? So I'm just concerned, we're all aware that, incidents of strange weather behaviour seem to be happening on a more regular basis now. And I mean, as councillors, we'll all be aware as well as roads flooding because of blocked drainage and things like this in our own wards on a periodic basis. And I wonder what the impact of this may have on that if we're getting these interruptions to good, road surfaces and access across the city centre when there's extreme weather.
Yeah, I think certainly in extreme weather events, there's that risk is increased. We will have a machine less, for example, machine less. We do have other operatives within the service that in the event of extreme weather we can go on, but we're not given the machine less, then obviously the ability to do certain works is reduced. But we do think we can carry the genuine functions as we ought to be able to, with some changes to the regime as well.
So that this is a little bit like the safety ordinance. This is don't get away from it. This is less resource to do the job. Hopefully there will be efficiency in that, but it will be a challenge to get that. But it's we've seen as part of the overall wider picture of the need to make savings. I think Stephen's there because it's one of the areas where there is some capacity to make some savings.
With the ward, we have partners and stakeholders who we can be engaging with more closely. I think probably some of them will even welcome the opportunity. But do we have partners and stakeholders in this particular area of the council's provision?
This is pretty much, so this is the dealing with the adopted assets, so this comes down to us. Reduction is nowhere near as large as we're proposing to take. But yes, it will be a challenge to balance, trying to make some more efficiency savings. There'll always ways of things to be done better, but it will put.
But we can't do things with such a natural resources Wales or Welsh water.
The responsibilities are quite clearly, if they quite clearly defined as constantly identified between different organisations. We have two responsibilities. When we have to maintain the adopted highway asset. It includes the drainage and includes our drainage structures, the reeds, etc. throughout. There's also assets that are ours. There's assets that are NIW. There's assets that are private individuals. There's no responsibility over those. And then we have the lead local flood authority responsibilities, which is sort of coordinating. But there's no direct switch that we can ask NRW to yeah, that would be nice, but yeah.
Councillor Riggs?
Just coming back to what's Councillor picking up on, obviously extreme weather conditions. Recent flooding that was well publicised at Malpas and from the limestone. Obviously, that sort of thing has occurred. The drains overflow, etc. With the current regular maintenance, so with less maintenance, less people on the road, we're probably going to see more instances of that happening, given the neighbourhood is changing as well. What's the, as an example, what is the particular cost of sending a team out to clear a job? Has that been factored into these potential cuts that you're looking at, if we're going to have more instances like this potentially occurring?
It's hard to give a typical cost. For example, if we have a block green, something like that, we could send on crews, might be working on potholes. At the time that we could divert those individuals into doing different tasks, they'd already be within the employment council. Good chance to do it as well. Obviously, if you had to employ an external resource, it's going to be significantly more expensive because you're paying those costs as well as the costs you maybe want. Some of the flooding isn't purely due to what the council does or doesn't. Or mentioned despite the responsibilities and some flooding mitigation caused by overflow rains in North land or covered on land. So we may have to deal with the impact of this highly to deal with, but it might not be something we can prevent in the first place because we wouldn't necessarily be having to works. Well, that helps. Answer question.
Well, really, I want to see. Are you confident we will see a potential saving by taking a drone clean team off the road and reducing the service? Are you confident that's so you're going to save, given that we might spend more in external resources to clear the emergencies?
I think it's a really, given the service provision we've got, it's a reasonable budget for us. Depending on how things happened, we might have to employ in the machine, for example, we might have to employ a tractor to do that work. So there could be a constant thing if we have to divert some of our own crews, then see there's opportunity cost in what they would have been doing, but they were diverted to some flood mitigation works. So pretty much anybody part of that is going to be achieved, but it's a reasonable but proposed.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any more? Councillor Howes and then Councillor Orton.
I just wonder whether we've explored the options of sort of cross local authority working in this area. It seems that it's something that local authorities across the country all have an obligation to do in terms of the highways network. And you know, when we talk about partners and so on, which going on, are they looking to cut in similar areas? Might be able to maintain half the green and half the cost as opposed to the full green. That's something we should explore.
One particular part of this proposal the board would say is, which of colleagues working across the authorities, is that generally they haven't got any sort of spare capacity, but then able to put it to another service or sort of something they're looking at their own measures, whether that's the printing machines they have in first instance, or if how it works them having Newport and maybe to having video sessions.
It is challenging though, because it's an area that take on board your part maybe saying like better. Saving it's been split rather than the whole amount. It's the pressures. It's things that happen at times. The pressures and you draw on demand, and then you decide takes priority over that. It's challenging at that in seeing extreme weather events, surface etching straight away. So it sounds we will look at try and do some more talk on that thing. The other point is actually relatively localized work street. So my feeling is that the savings will be minimal, but it is something that we perhaps need to do some more to explore.
I would assume that you have some preferred contractors that you use if there's an emergency for this sort of, obviously it's going to be the right sorts of contractors. But of those that you do have you reviewed the contracts to put some time-bound responses in? They may well already be there, but if we're reducing our capability to action a problem ourselves, do you think, would it be prudent to write into any new contracts that we have coming up that there's an expectation as the council to get not a special treatment, but a better or a very good response time in action when we've got problems?
Yeah, I think that we don't have many long-term contracts. I think the challenge we got in this area, just with the number of subcontractors behind where it works, is we're in a seller's market. In that, there's if people say, oh, you go to this or you go to time, so what? Let's do someone else. Real challenge to manage that. So often, we're in a situation where we're, as council, responding with most emergency events. We're a specialist contractors coming in, including like tell me about it wrong, the really deep sort of going out of the gully. What do they call that? You don't know. No, I suppose it's more specialist than we're able to handle, so leave it at that. Is it's like, oh, we just need to look around for someone who is prepared to deliver that. And that's a challenge for Stephen across a lot of his service area. I get what you're saying, and yeah, absolutely. Where we can, and where we've got enough buying power, or we've got enough clients, but often we're relatively competing with people for those services.
But it might tend to be some more spot hire works, so you can face rejected.
Get in line with what I was
doing. You might not necessarily need that as a fit contract, but you just cover it.
Can we see any more comments or recommendations? No. Thank you.
So yeah, moving on to the next one, which is again it's related to street lighting. There's two elements within this budget. So the first one is related to the street lighting as a whole. Street lighting is the private authority. It's a real statutory function, so we don't have to. Members will be aware that 50%. Roughly 50% of all street lighting is on a basis at the moment. Business case proposes for this that the remainder street lighting that remains on during night, other than safety critical sites in the city centre, is turned off, releasing energy cost efficiencies, but also benefiting carbon emissions savings. The next part of that is prevention and maintenance. So we contract out our street lighting maintenance works. There's two elements to it. There's a sort of day-to-day contract, if you like. So typical problems where light unit commission, that'll be part of our day-to-day contract. There's another element of it, which is the maintenance element. That's related to underground faults, column damage, things like columns, those sorts of things. And it's that second element. So it's looking to reduce £100,000 budget from that second element. That's probably it. Thanks, Chancellor.
Committee, any comments or recommendations? Councillor Howells and then Councillor Alton and then Councillor Mix.
This has been one of the biggest areas of contention for me, where constituents are contacted, sort of expressing their concern. I've had the most queries about this, both sort of through social media and directors back into consultation with them. It does really concern people in terms of sort of safety, driving disorder, and a number of disabled and vulnerable people as well. Sort of suggests that there's been an equality impact assessment undertaken. I haven't sort of seen the detail on that, but suggests that there's a significant quality impact here in terms of, as I say, vulnerable residents, disabled residents, and so on. So I think that my recommendation would be to sort of, really review this. It's going to cost us more in the first year to sort of implement it. In terms of savings in the event, I appreciate the point made earlier about the longer term savings on this, but basically I'll do this. So those are my comments really, sort of what to be recommended.
You, Councillor Horton.
It was very similar question. It was a very similar statement.
Mr. Riggs.
Yeah, just looking at really at the safety areas, so we do the safety audit of every street and location, as you say. What consideration has been given to areas of safety at the moment to come up with this figure of potential cut of 300,000? And can you shed any light on which ones they are, please?
There's no detail available to the individual areas as such. What we've done in the business proposal is make an assumption of how many calls we think we will on based on knowledge of the network. So we've made allowance based on that. So the same as we family safety coaches running us, for example. So it's an understanding estimation of those and the problems will be needed to make one fortnight.
So that this saving could actually, this could actually be saved more than because you might have overestimated the amount of lights we need.
It may move a bit. I think that the broad brush sort of top level estimate, it probably reasonably there. It'd be a small amount that it moves from there. But you're right, it could be a bit more, it could be a little bit less.
I'm more concerned about the actual areas that you've estimated. So you've not done the areas, you've just said we might leave 15% of the lights on, and that could be wherever it is. Yeah.
It's a percentage of the network, and knowing the build up of the network. So see other councils have done this, and we've done this with the every other light 10 years ago. So it's just refining those, but there will be a more detailed assessment of it's broadly.
So we're breaking down in at the moment 50% of lights are switched off at night. If we only switch, say, another 25% of those off to leave 25% plus. Would we improve the safety but not make as much, not save as much? Could we not look at that? Or is it just they've only looked at, let's take as many as possible out of that conservative?
I think it's mainly looking at the other half. In terms of the balance of safety and other instances, a bit mixed on that, and certainly for other councils that have done this. So it's not a direct trade-off. Really, it's solely I think it is a static function. That's sort of how we this one where we got discretion, and so this is taking forward that similar policy and taking across the line. It's worth pointing out is that they will still be on till midnight. So this is between the hours of midnight and 6. So it's not that equation isn't exactly. So there'll still be obviously energy needed for the street lights and this price of energy.
I suppose that's the other thing, the price of energy based on 3-5 pence a kilowatt. If we get into 6 months, between the middle of the year when energy prices maybe coming down, it's potentially saving to be made there, or you may not need to switch all the lights off.
Yeah, it's probably would have been answer based on what we bought a lot of energy in advance. So current, although as far as saying that customers are shooting up for us, it's from a low base and it's not high. We still think that medium term hopefully the headline energy prices will come back then, but there's still going to be a challenge for us across services. But, you know, local government does get generally pretty good value for energy, but we use a lot. Yeah. So,
But even if it does come down, still offset the carbon footprint.
yes, which is the other factor. You know, there are, again, a lot of savings. I think because it's a difficult position that we're in, but this one, it has got some additional benefits. I accept what you're saying, there's concerns, but there's environmental benefits from the carbon emissions, and there's also in terms of biodiversity, in terms of improving white skies and the like. So there's some additional benefits which we can retain. But the big driver is
Mr. Thomas?
Am I right in thinking our only legal obligation is actually to light junctions on highways because of vehicle safety, which has always struck me as being a bit odd, because surely all drivers should be aware they need to have their headlights on after that.
It is a non-statutory function, so it's, I think.
Is it completely? Because I thought there was that thing about junctions, you were under an obligation to make junctions safe by lighting them.
So if you're in, if you could just have a countryside in country lanes, junctions wouldn't be lit then. Because we tend to like junctions because that's where highway safety determines the correct speed. Busiest areas and that's where you come with conflict with the vehicles.
It's a bit disappointing because we just got, we got some funding early last year on improving safety of women and girls to put up lighting in things like the parks and the high risk areas. Presumably that will all get switched off now.
It did be like as part of the same amount.
Yes, it just seems that it was a waste of that money really.
I don't know whether it's a waste of money because actually it would, the lighting would still be on until midnight. Perhaps we're in a different position as you mentioned. We're in a very different position now. We're supposed to go 12 hours to go to a position there in terms of budget implications.
in terms of the mid, obviously.
Making value for money in the winter than in the summer.
You got it getting dark and lights kicking on, at the peak, it's just at 4 o'clock until midnight. That's quite a long period of time. So it's not lights could be all going off. It's just very, very late hours into the morning.
But I assume this is one of the situations where you will be working very much with partners to identify if it's creating any issues in terms of safety and it is actually very important as well, the perception of safety, particularly I think for our older population.
Councillor Alton?
Is this going off the same time every night? So 7 days a week it goes off at midnight, or are you factoring in the sort of the Friday night, Saturday night effect where people are out later? Potentially.
The lights on system, so it is the same time it goes on. Right. They'll go on when it gets dark. But I would say in terms of the nighttime economy type, it is the city, in terms of what we're experiencing, that is the city centre type areas.
Yeah, but obviously you've got the chunk goes out of the city centre, then which is used by pedestrians. Like I've walked home many a time when I've had a little bit too much to drink when I shouldn't have. But then if you is the kit capable of being switched, being left on to 2 o'clock in the morning, for example, on a Friday night? So Saturday morning it goes up at 2 a.m. Sunday morning it goes up at 2 a.m. Does the switch gear allow that to happen, or is it literally?
I think it does, but we can ask the question of someone who understands how lights work better. But my understanding is it doesn't.
You might find us a reasonable balance to say on the early hours of our late night economy is effective, that the lights stay on a little bit longer.
Councillor Perkins?
So you pointed out twice now that they're on till midnight and that's it, but they're not coming back on till 6 a.m. and a lot of places their workforce start at 6 a.m. so they'd be having to travel to work, whether that be walking or by car, in the dark. So you need to consider that safety aspect there. But as I said, in a lot of places their workforce has to be in work by 6 o'clock. So maybe you need to be switching them back on earlier.
We could,
I think it just goes back to the point of seasonal differences in terms of times. Obviously, you've got, sort of late sunset in summer and then an early sunset in the winter. So I think we should need to work on that really in terms of when to switch on and switch off fixed street lights, and rather than a fixed sort of timescale between 12 and 6.
Mr. Thomas?
Just I think raised a really good point there. I mean, we're aware that many of our licensed premises have got a license later than midnight. So I think we need to take particular note of issues that may be occurring around licensed premises.
And also an increase of crime across the city.
Yeah, I was in relation to
Voted out. Okay, committee, any more comments?
No, I think it's just that we need, just thinking in terms of the prevention of crime, and we know, drug dealing, that type of thing is going on when pubs close. Well, through the evening, but particularly when pubs close and licensed premises.
Okay, Stephen, have you finished yet?
Yes, it's the chairman's committee. So yes, the last one for me is fees and charges. We support the proposal to raise fees and charges by 10%, rather than on typical usual percent. So as a housing authority, we have the duties to fulfil to ensure the highway is appropriately used, to further use to place things on to work in the field. We have a suite of fees and charges. We cover our costs with. Raising those fees and charges in inflation at more than 10%. The fees and charges range from things sort of skip licenses and authorised skips, but also the bulk of the increase from this particular one is things like statutory undertakers in our highways when they require typically traffic regulation units. So it's the bulk of the increased funding comes from. That's pretty good.
Thank you, Stephen. Any comments, Councillor Riggs?
In terms of fees and charges, there's two things on this. Firstly, how will these potential new charges sort of compare against other authorities? And secondly, we looked at, does this take into account fines, for example, from the speed cameras and things like that? So we're proposing to put fines up, or is that something totally disconnected to this?
Fees and charges, we broadly compare. We have looked at other authorities, and one of the ones that's going up a bit more is because we're actually lower previously than traffic regulation units. So we're putting it back into the higher because it's more in line with the authorities as well. Safety camera fines is not ours, and I would direct to Treasury and send. Spending is used as spending. They've got those functions as well.
So the cameras on the M4 that recently got switched back on, that money doesn't come out of
and the rate at which you charge those fees are controlled centrally by the government. So it's the same for all fixed penalty basis. So we do CP enforcement for illegal parking, although we more tickets. The actual level to set is set centrally. We don't have control of that. But for the import cameras, you don't have control of what income to do with us.
Okay.
Thomas?
Fees for planning applications.
Tracy's weird.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I'm sure Steve would accept.
I'm certainly accepting.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I did wonder as a revenue effort possibly of fines for not implementing those planning applications within a reasonable at the time.
Again, I'd have to defer to Tracy on this too.
Optional network in terms of planning is what you're thinking of, wasn't it?
Sorry?
You're thinking about adoption of the highway
No,
network?
no, nothing to do with that. No, no, wasn't it just planning as in, I didn't quite know. Okay.
Any more comments or recommendations, committee? No? Let's find Steve. Thank you, Paul, as well. I'd like to welcome Rhys Colwell and our new head of Glory Standards, Elizabeth Bryant. Welcome.
Thank you. We've only got one proposal for you this afternoon for the Law and Standards service, and that's reducing staffing levels in the registration service, in particular the reduction of registrars posts from 5 to 4, the provision of registrars of the statutory duty registration service. It's delivered through a scheme which has to be agreed by the General Registration Office. At the moment, the scheme requires us to have 5 members of staff. So that the proposal will require an application to be made by myself to the General Registrar's Office to approve the reduction in the number of registrars. In terms of the impact of the scheme, the main impact is a reduction in the number of appointments that will be available. We have a statutory duty to register births within 42 days and deaths within 5 days. So within those timescales, deaths will receive priority. So the biggest impact will be on registrations rather than deaths. The manager of the registration service is confident that we can still meet those targets. And in terms of mitigating the impact, we're in the process of implementing a diary service, diary function for the scheme, for the service, which will make the booking of appointments a much smoother process and enable members of the public to cancel quicker when they don't need them, so that will open up more appointments. So that's the main mitigation. I think that's all I can really tell you.
Okay, thank you. Any comments and recommendations, committee? Councillor Rees and then Councillor Thomas.
How do you currently monitor the service in terms of the levels? So if you've got 5 registrars at the moment and you see you've got to register less than 42 days and less than 5, how many times each month do you hit that? Do you miss that target? And what impact will you have 4 registrars on those targets?
It's one of the key performance indicators of the service, and it's monitored on a quarterly basis as part of service monitoring. In addition to that, we have to report regularly to the GRO to make sure that we're meeting those service targets, making sure that they're all registered within the time required by the statute. That's monitored constantly by the manager of the registration service, as you reports to the GRO. They flag up with me as proper officer if there are any issues with those timescales, but we always meet our current targets are 98% for births and 10% for deaths.
When you say 98% births, is that sort of we got 2% that you don't hit within the target?
That's our required timescale. We always are within the number of staff we have.
Are there any fines if you go over these times, if you miss it?
No, absolutely. You know, the GRO will make special ones. Any manager under the scheme or by those targets.
Thank you. Councillor Thomas.
I just think this is one of these services. Obviously, we've got a statutory obligation to deliver it. I just would like to see it delivered in a different way, probably from different premises. when I think about the resource that we have, for example, in this building, and the capacity which we have in other buildings, including this one, I'm uncomfortable that, you know, we are probably it's an unnecessary expense delivering it from one place. And I mean, even something like the registration, I'm aware what goes on in the building, but I mean, that administrative process of registering births and deaths doesn't have to be done through Action Health, does it?
Understood, but you looked at the revenue savings, and the revenue savings for the cost of running the building are minimal compared to the income that's brought in. Like any savings in terms of the building itself or capital, so that we have to disclose.
It's just I would love to see our investigation of the potential for the generation of revenue from using a different building, actually freeing that up completely.
Can I just come in on? That's a really good question. I think this specific proposal is.
Yes, I will.
Can I ask you to speak up a bit?
Yeah,
A few of us deaf.
No, it's all right. I do apologise. I thought I was quite loud. This specific proposal is around the implementation of a new IT system that is going to allow us to be more efficient. There is going to be an impact of the service, but still be within the targets that are set by the GRO on it. Right, so we'll monitor that. There's a separate bit in the consultation. I think Tracy's probably going to mention it when we get to those bit, which is more around the assets, the use of the assets. So you might want to hold on to that because it's part of the conversation.
Yes. Okay. But there is no reason why we couldn't, any investment we make in an IT system, for example, this one, a new system, it's mobile, it could be used from anywhere.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any more recommendations or comments? No. Thank you, Liz. Like to join us?
So I've also got two proposals that are on the consultation list. So both in relation to the customer services part of finance. So the first one is a reduction in the opening times. So there are three aspects to customer services. You've got the contact centre, so there's no changes involved there. And the intention there is that we maintain our capacity for channel shift, and the contact centre is an important part of that. The face-to-face, which hasn't actually been operating, of course, over the COVID period. It used to be in the city centre, by the train station. That's closed. COVID happened. We haven't had that. That is due to open next month, I think. The intention there is to reduce the number of appointments from a 4-day 8:30 till 5 down to a 3-day week at various times, so that we do catch the early people on their way to work or go to everyone, and the later ones as well. And then the civic reception here that does get a degree of customer services footfall in there. It'll probably reduce once we open the city centre facility. That's also a bit like the contact centre, shouldn't have any impact because we are maintaining a later 4 times a month, 1 day a week. So that should accommodate all of the people doing meetings and later meetings. So actually, that would be much more efficient in that respect. Clearly, those reductions will have a staffing impact, and that is where the saving comes from. So that's the first.
Would you like to comment, Ms. on you said, or
we made comments earlier, didn't we, about the impact of you know, there is a proposal there about what areas of council service staff would accept inquiries on face to face. There was something in there. I'm sorry, I can't remember which bit it was on now. But you know, things like that are a bit worrying because we you know, until we've literally you know, the sort of my sort of generation and a few years older have died off, we're going to have people who are absolutely dependent on here. And there will still be people in generations to come with one reason or another can't cope with people on the phone. You know, we'll have to be seeing them. And we're a bit worried, you know, we're all worried about that.
So there's, you know, there will be a reduced face-to-face offer. It's not going down to 0, it's going down to the 3 days as opposed to the 4 days. Yeah, I'm not going to say that that's kind of something that we all want to see. It's a reduced offer, but that offer will still be there for those people who. I welcome the fact you've got those staggered opening hours, but it does actually make it more complicated for people to try and remember what days are open late and what days are open early. Yeah, days we're open at all. And I think that we're going to keep an open mind on that, and we're going to see how that goes. And actually, if we're not catching the right times, there is the, you know, within staffing rota limitations, we could absolutely see how that goes and change accordingly. So I think that we're already in that same mindset. So you know, the total hours will remain the same, but we're happy to be flexible if we see that there's a problem.
I think I mentioned as well earlier on, if people can't discuss certain things, they're inevitable. A lot of these things will end up, I'll talk to my local councillor about it. They won't know who the local councillor is, so we'll have to ring up to find out who the councillor is. Many of us are using the general number as our contact number.
And that will still be available, of course. So
we could actually increase the flow.
It could well initially increase the flow. Yes. Yeah. I mean, you know, obviously this is, as well as the other proposal, you know, they are also designed to force channel shifts as well, where possible.
I'm just a bit concerned because we've just, all, you know, so it's going to be an incredibly difficult time. So we know the council and our citizens are not responsible for what we're going through at the moment, but we still have to maintain our focus should be on the service to our citizens, you know.
Yes, and this proposal also includes investments for 2 years in the development team, individual there, for further development of the My Council services, so that we can, you know, for those people who want to interact digitally, we will be facilitating more of that via this funding for a couple of years. You know, personally, I think funding, but we've got it there for 2 years, and the plan is to do it. That will work for a lot of people. It won't work for absolutely everybody, but it will work for most people who want to transact digitally. Because the second proposal I want to talk to you about, you know, where we're taking away the channel shifts. You know, the vast majority of those transactions are already being done digitally. So, you know, we're kind of doing this in conjunction. Yes, we're going to reduce the open times, but we're also going to be making the offer bigger, and probably where we need to make some improvements, we'll also need to accommodate that as well. We just need to put the governance arrangements in place now to oversee that.
For you, the second one,
yes.
Councillor Hells would like to come in, and then Councillor Riggs. No, okay. Councillor Riggs.
Just really around the digitisation. Obviously, we're closing down services, or we're cutting down something like face-to-face, etc. Then people are going to go more online, which is how we're trying to simplify them long term. But how digitally ready are we as a council? So we go back to the meeting we had in December, and we were told that the website was critical in the development of the digital program. Websites is not going to be up until possibly next year, as even fully finished. So if this all switches off on the 1st of April because we implement the new budget, can the system cope at the moment with the increase in traffic that is potentially?
I'm not aware that there's any issue in that, you know, the system is there today, it works today, the volumes are fine. And yes, you know, when the website project comes to its conclusion, it should just facilitate an easier experience for sort of everybody. But I don't, I'm not aware of any kind of technical issues that are going to be a problem.
So in theory, we shouldn't see, from that perspective, sort of a lessening of the service, although the walk-in service is going to be reduced digitally.
Yes, so, yes,
the increase in digitalisation use will affect.
Yeah, absolutely. So you know that's why we're keeping the face to face. That's why we keep the centre, the phone calls, and that's why we've got some further investments to keep going with our developments of the system. So between everything, I'd like to think that we've got a package here. That yes, there's a saving. We're not ducking that, but there are a couple of other things within this proposal that kind of makes it hopefully a more rounded package.
Thank you for that. Committee.
Yeah. So the second proposal is about switching off some of the phone and face-to-face channels for some of our transactions. So we've analysed a number of our transactions, and about 2/3 of that list, they are already predominantly transacted digitally. And what we're going to do there is to just switch the human part of that off, so that it needs to be done then completely on the digital approach. Now then, we have excluded bulky waste, and we have excluded fly tipping from that list, because we are aware that is something that's very important. Therefore, we want to keep the facilitated approach if people want that for also those. So, but for a number of the other ones, we'll take the mediated approach away. As I said to you, most of those are already predominantly transacted digitally anyway. It also includes a shared saving with our IT colleagues on some telephony software that we're going to be doing without, and that should have little to no impact on the actual online service. So that's a very useful efficiency saving. And then there is a post that we will be taking out as well. Now, the first part of the saving, which is turning on those channels, because that should have no impact on the other services that are transacted, because we're only switching off those channels and the saving is linked to those channels only. But there is one post that we're just taking out of the customer service team as a general saving. It is a big team, about 30 people in there, so there will be an impact, but you know, it's not catastrophic. One sort of post. That's that proposal, Jim.
Thank you, Miriam. Councillor Thomas, Councillor Hayton, and then Councillor Rees.
That one post, is this a post that's sort of going to go through natural wastage, or do we have to go?
So yes, but they have a very in that team. So when we were putting this together, the team was fully staffed. In fact, they may have actually slightly over recruited, thinking that there would be turnover. As I speak to you here today, they've already had at least 2 people who've got new jobs within the council and who are moving, and there's a third one that was also going for another role as well. And this happens regularly in services. They shouldn't be any active. It should be.
Thank you for that. Okay, I was reading the minute. Everyone happy? Sorry, Councillor Rayson.
Yeah, it's just about the transactions really via the phone. Name, view, or clarify services that be impacted. And how do you intend in improving the digitalization of those services in terms of interacting? Is there an interaction with response system where you intend to improve?
Yeah. So some of the areas where we looked at where we've just got a long list of our services that's currently presented digitally, ordering your recycling bins and bags, fly tipping, but that came off the list. Bulky waste came off the list. Mist bins, house of waste, recycling in terms of slots, to keep your slot there. Tree inquiries, street cleaning, parking problems, getting a duplicate council tax bill, large bin requests, grounds maintenance queries, and overhanging vegetation. That's the list that we looked at. In terms of improving the services, as I said earlier, we got 2 posts funded for 2 years within the My Council Services team within customer services, and their role now is to both improve the actual lot work, but also extend it to those areas which are currently not able to facilitate digital strand action. But I think also that the website project will also play a big part in the general improvements in this place as well. I'm not particularly close to that one. My colleague Tracy is, so I'm sure she'll say a few words on that. But that team is there to do exactly what you're saying.
Good. Councillor Ricks.
Thank you, Marion. Just looking at the cancelling of the call recording contract, do you have any information on how many recorded calls are actually played back for monitoring and training purposes? And if possible, with Liz, in terms of what are the legal implications of not recording the calls coming into the council?
So I'll have to get you the data. I haven't got data here now. My customer services manager would not have offered that as a saving if there was a legal element there. But I will also double check that, and we'll get you an answer. I mean, I think it's a good question. It's a fair question. But if there was a legal impediment, I'd be horrified. So I don't believe that there is.
Yeah, and just a little bit more information. I'm saying it was a module on the current contract, which is really expensive. It doesn't just do call monitoring, it's a rotary system on there as well. There are other ways of doing those things. So we've moved with the SRS, who obviously our IT partners. They're going to be making these changes in the local authority. So we're working with them on what that change looks like. But it's, it's a fee. There's some challenging things in this budget, but that's a fairly simple efficiency saving, I would suggest, as far as just reviewing an IT contract.
I suppose it goes back to what Councillor Thomas said a little while back. Really, the services we're now getting rid of potentially could have got rid of maybe a few years ago and saved them a few years back. But it's no bad thing that we're now looking at.
It's if because this is because Tracy could say more about this, but because it's part of the IT service. When we went into the SRS, one of our investment objectives was about reducing those contracts, and we've done that every year since. So this is just the next lot of that, and there are a series of other ones that will be taken out this year as well. There's quite a chunk in that this year, 200k. Yeah. Just from reviewing as we are transitioning out of the data centre here to the new data centre that's shared, a lot of costs. This is part of a joint telephony project as well. So,
and obviously the digital journey is that it is a journey. So first of all, we've got to develop that avenue for transacting, and then we've had to sort of allow a bit of time for residents out there to sort of get used to it and to interact with the council, in this way. Not just this, but also in all sorts of other ways as well. So I think it's a journey, and I think that journey hasn't, you know, we're still on that journey, and we'll be honest. But as well, won't we?
Thank you.
Okay. You're all happy? Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Pick up a more general finance one. Just in terms of the sort of cabinet reports and obviously the RSG settlement being sort of much better than the budget really to the start. So we sort of had an unbalanced budget of around 60 million when it was presented to I think.
So that was on the RSG assumptions, which we got 3.5, and there was no school savings there then. That was announced in the actual meeting itself. Yeah.
So theoretically speaking, we can do two elements of the savings, roughly £5 million worth of delegated savings and £5 million worth of capital savings. They're that's right. So got an additional 11 million. Theoretically, in the short term, the cabinet could just go and delegate savings and not bring any of these in, and keep a 9.5% increase. That would be enough to do all these cuts. So the more of these cuts we do, the less that we will have to increase council tax to balance the budget.
First, well, obviously the 16 million was based on the 9.5% council tax, through 50% RSG, etc. So yeah, so okay. So the RSG improved things by 11.5 million or so. And then that school was announced in the meeting as well. So
the school thing,
it was based on 50% of the pressures in schools, excluding the growth in schools about 8 million. So now then, we do need to look at some of our assumptions in the budget, things like pay, etc. Because you know we are planning this budget all the way through to literally every cabinet, and we do need to increase our pay assumptions. At the moment, they are very low, and part of our problem next year is to catch up on this year's settlement a little bigger than what we assumed. So we don't want to cause by that again. And in particular, that is an issue for us, especially with teacher pay, which is still very uncertain both this year and also next year, and also NJC staff as well, which is currently in there, I think, of 3.5%. That's not going to stand next year. So I do want to see that increase. So whilst you are right, they're on the face of it, there seems to be enough extra RSG to deal with the gap with some of the school savings and council tax. There are some budget pressures that we need to also consider into the mix as well. So obviously the gap was 16 million. The RSG was 12. So so it's slightly more nuanced than just what was in that cabinet paper. We've got some issues to resolve as well.
Okay, and just sort of point if I can. So in the report, you talk about earmark reserves, and it sort of goes on to say that we've increased the reserves. We've put £8 million in, I think, this year or sort of last year's money, and some of that went into reserves and some was sort of you do sort of go on to say in the report that as a last resort, they do provide some mitigation in terms of the sort of deficit, but use of the means that the original purpose that we had planned to use those for might fall away, and obviously there's pressure to build them up again. As once you spend in meetings, they sort of build back. So if Cabinet wanted to, could they, for instance, pull a project that we would use some of those earmarked reserves to plug the gap, so that we're not asking residents to pay such a high increase?
The short answer to your question is yes. If there is a reserve that's funding a sort of project, if that project is cancelled, then that reserve becomes available for reallocation. That could be to help balance the budget. Now, as Head of Finance, I would never recommend to Cabinet Council to balance its budgets by using reserves, because that is only available to you for that single year. So if you, let's say that you did that, and let's say it was £4 million, you balance the budget for that year. And then in the following year, that £4 million has to be funded, you know, in the base budget, or you can find another reserve for £4 million. So yes, and you know, the easiest reserves to use are the ones that are just not allocated, because there's no ongoing impact. Whereas if you use a reserve that is allocated, is in, yeah, is going to be used, or is already being used, you've got two problems then. You've still got this 4 million that has to be resolved, but you've then got to put right that reserve as well. So that's your second problem. So using a reserve that is not allocated, at least you haven't got that second problem. You just got the first. So that's the scenario. You know, that's how it works.
My question is, you know, is the option there to a cabinet to actually think, well, it's a really hard time for people who don't want to see an increase at this level, right to look at the cost of living crisis. So it is an option to say we modify that, but the increase might come in a year or two's time to find that £4 million, for example, and that's the sort of thing I'm thinking. So it is particularly. There's always a consequence.
It is an option. Yeah, it's an option. Yeah, it's not an option that I would kind of will happily recommend, but it's absolutely is an option. Yeah. Good. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Council tax was also on the non-service list this year. For which I think I suppose. We can see from the sort of papers that it's on 9.5%. Our council tax is low compared to many of our comparative Welsh councils. If this council was at the average council tax rate, that would be extra funding of 7 million. Arguably, you plot with, you know, one of the most areas prospects. You shouldn't be at the average, you should get higher again. So that's even a context to the debates on council tax. So it's been covered in this scrutiny because I'm here. So if you've got any questions on that one, I'm happy to take them. It is what it is in some respects, and I understand, you know, certainly your questions are always it's a wider debate, isn't it, on some council tax? I get that.
It is it's definitely that we're below average sort of significantly as well. The challenge is the percentage increase at a time when we're sort of, you know, suffering, or people, communities are suffering, you know, real hardship in terms of their sort of energy bills and other sort of increases in the cost of living generally, food and everything else. So it's all about time. In an ideal world, we'd love to be comparable with where we should be and get that extra 7 million funding. It's how you're hitting people that in the now is the real challenge for them.
Yeah, and we've exemplified in your papers what that increase would be for the Newport's typical band A, B, and C. That's the majority of our so we're in the kind of £2 each back. You know, okay, it doesn't seem like a lot, but I'm not going to, you know, I'm not going to say that that's not a problem, because, you know, 3 times like that's also tough as well. But that's the kind of figures that we are talking about.
Well, looking at it simply, then, if we've had this extra due from the Welsh government, would it be a thinking to look at this 9% council tax rate and reduce that?
That would be for the cabinets to look at, to make a recommendation to the full council. So council tax is a council decision. Cabinets decide where they want to spend the money in designing their budget for the next year. They will have a recommendation of a council tax. That's for council members to approve.
They've certainly got more headroom than perhaps it looked like they have been decided.
Councillor Horton.
I may have asked this question previously in another meeting. Is it in any way possible to allow people that can afford it to make additional contributions towards the council tax?
I'm not aware that it is no. No, it's not an optional thing. You can't have a differential with the council tax. So, I think that question has been asked to me before, 3 years ago now. And yeah, the answer is
We can have somebody reduction, but we can't take somebody, well, for example, somebody that's got household income well in excess of £100,000. If they said, actually, I want to be a little bit altruistic, I want to give something back, help my community. So we're saying that this is beyond the weight of man to then build that in.
I don't believe that the council tax regs allows us to do that. But if you know of people who want to be altruistic, if you've got a number,
We've never answered the question.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not aware that the council tax regulations allows that.
But we are looking at maybe you could redesigning the way that council taxes are decided, aren't they? At some point, I've got the term that they use for it.
Listing other listings, etc. Yes. But again, I'm not aware that they're looking at that sort of flexibility.
I don't think they will be.
Yeah. It's a pretty, regularised area.
Thank you. Any more comments? Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, I've been Dragon's Den today because I'm coming to you saying I'm offering you a 10% reduction in the management fee for Newport Live. So in your papers there's an explanation of some of the background to maintenance and the contract. But essentially in 2014 when the trust was established and the funding agreement was established, the agreement within that management agreement was they would reduce that subsidy essentially to zero by 2020. Clearly, a lot of things have happened. We went through the pandemic, but we continue to offer them support and to keep the business viable during very difficult times. But I think as a reflection of the very difficult, challenging budgets we've got to manage as a council, and also our investment in new leisure project coming forward, we felt that 10% reduction to start next year would be a reasonable start to recovering that subsidy that we committed to providing back in 2014, and Newport Live also agreed to reduce that to zero. So we're just really starting that process, suggesting a 10% reduction.
Any comments on Mr. Riggs?
How do Newport Live feel this will impact on the service out to the residents of Newport then?
So
if at all.
We obviously, naturally, we've consulted with them and they're being aware this is a proposal that's going through consultation. I mean, I think it's part of their business planning, so they've known since 2014 that there would need to be a reduction in that. The management agreement. So this really hasn't come as any surprise that we're looking at to start that process. They haven't formally told us of any direct impact that this will happen, but obviously with the closure of Newport Centre, for us then to provide the new leisure centre, there will be some efficiencies that they can save there through the closure of that. So then the new facility, which should be actually attractive and offer for them.
With regards to how many years extra funding they had from Newport City Council?
It was supposed to end by 2020, so effectively 2 or 3 years.
Was that ended in entirety?
So is there any opportunity of a discussion with the windfall tax or something to try and claim back some of that extra money paid, or is that just handshake and what's gone is gone and we're just looking forward?
think there probably would have been very robust reasons why we didn't reduce the subsidies at those times. We can't give you those reasons now. But certainly, I think the intention is to start that process now. And
Thank you.
No comments? Councillor Howes?
Is 10% enough? Should we be asking for more? Given that Newport legislature probably takes up a significant percentage of the overall portfolio and stuff, they're pretty much losing that asset, I guess, in terms of both investment and revenue spend. Is 10% should we be reducing it more?
I think that's a really good question. And, ideally, given the challenges that we've got, what would be ideal because it relieves the pressure. So they're really difficult conversations, which we'll discuss this afternoon. But I think we've got to be mindful that Newport Life is a business that needs to be commercially viable to keep providing the services that it does to Newport residents. So it was felt that 10% was a good sort of first step. But through the business plan that we do with Newport Life, we could then look in subsequent years to explore how we could reduce that down further to get to the point that one day we wouldn't be actually need to provide any subsidies as per the management agreement.
It'd be useful to have a plan for that. We're looking on the other two, we're going 25 years through, everybody.
Yeah, but obviously what to do was say 50% straight up, and then to say actually there is the keys and can't around service. So we'll start with 10%, it's a reasonable start, but I think that there is that intention to sort of review that year.
Thank you. Councillor Horton, then Councillor Thomas.
It's I guess it's a continuation of the previous question, really. The 10% figure wouldn't have been cut every year, I would like to think. I would assume some analysis was done against their income streams, their revenue and how they're looking, because obviously if they're doing this, then the question, the challenge of is 10% enough, is more than that. It is something that really should be looked at. That delta is quite big, what they're doing and what we're asking for. However, if that graph is and their trends are much lower or negative, then an argument could be made is 10% actually realistically viable to sustain Newport Life. So what's that analysis done? So is there a data set which says we've looked at this, their income stream, which I would imagine is probably quite low through the pandemic because they consider these were very depressed, against where their cash flow position is.
So Chair, we do receive copies of their accounts, so we do know what their income and where they are financially. And given the imminent closure of Newport Centre, to build and provide the new leisure centre, it was felt that 10% was a reasonable starting point. It wouldn't, like I said before, wouldn't fundamentally undermine their business operation.
It is in line with their business strategy, their plan to move forward.
We believe that it's manageable for the business, whether they obviously prefer no subsidy, I'm sure, but no reduction in subsidy. And we feel that that's manageable for.
I think Steve would like to keep subsidy.
Absolutely.
Any other recommendations? Councillor Thomas?
I just feel that it's really important that we recognise what some of these partners who we've, when I first joined the council, it was still maybe around that time, it was still a service which was a council service. And then it was taken over. But we need to recognise actually the value to citizens in Newport of that service. And although, certainly, I haven't been somebody who's used everything that they provided, and some of it I'll probably never be interested in. It is important to recognise it'll be saving us vast amounts of in other ways, because we have a lot more citizens who were socially isolated, who were terminally depressed, and a whole list of other things, which they provide as a benefit. I do agree with you, they will see some savings, but I'm a bit I sat in this room this morning with a meeting of a particular group who meet together, who are, a constituted group. And I was hearing this from them, that the staff at Newport Life were actually saying that it was owned by the council and it was the council's fault it was going to be demolished. And then we're going to see this substantial time lapse, before the new leisure centre is built. So I think actually they perhaps it's half true. I don't think they really, somebody there isn't appreciative enough of the fact that we do still actually, are making a contribution towards their revenue stream.
Anything else? Thank you very much, Tracy. Yes, Tracy McKim. Start whenever you want.
Thanks. So I don't have any specific budget proposals out to consultation. I would say to the committee, we do have a significant range of savings, so it's not that, but they're just sort of back office contract renegotiations and the like, so they're not out to consultation. You'll note in the pack that we've increased fees and charges for street naming and numbering and for room hire. So pause for any questions on that. Planning applications.
Have their fees gone up for planning applications? Oh, I was misled earlier on.
You want to answer?
Tracy.
Tracy. Yeah, sorry about that.
I can have that.
Sorry, what's that?
Planning applications.
Right.
Tracy Brooks can answer the question.
Sorry, Tracy. Tracy.
On the application fees are set by Welsh Government, they're statutory fee.
Oh, right,
They
okay.
have an influence.
Okay. What about finding people who just leave their application sitting there 2 years before they develop? Can we have them on that list?
I would say no, it's a choice that people submit an application and choose to implement.
And then sit on it.
Yes, would you like to email Tracy? Tomorrow, Sunday, thank you.
Any questions on mine, fees and charges? No. So the other piece that's our area, mining races, which is within the consultation, is the council dues deficits. And so the reason that's not in, because there's not necessarily a revenue budget saving often with reduced dues deficit. So I think the question was asked earlier about services provided at Mansion House, for example. So often there isn't a revenue saving, but there is obviously generally a large capital receipt. And so it doesn't come into kind of the normal set of proposals, but we thought it was important to take public views on asset rationalisation. Council's got a range of buildings across the civic. We can use them more effectively, but we have less assets and buildings probably, and in essence the proposal will be built following public feedback, and we've started a project to pull that information together. If there's any questions on that, and yes, views on that.
Any questions?
Really, to me, I suppose, didn't we ask if we could see a list of what assets in council on Parliament?
Let's be back in the other meetings. I think that was going to be.
You did, that is on our list.
Oh, right,
That's part of the kind of work of pulling the assets together, which sounds like an easy task, but it's quite complicated. It's the nature of different types of ownership and different types of assets.
Yeah.
Committee, any recommendations? Councillor Riggs?
It's just a couple of questions, if I may, Tracy, on the budget investment policies to the savings. Yeah. We've got two on there. Firstly, the North JV increased contract rate as a result of student uplift each year. So it's going to cost the council an extra 89,000. That right for their service for this year.
That's the budget that's in for that. So that's essentially the NJC pay rise. In fact, that probably won't meet the entire uplift, but that is the budget set aside.
Yeah, so just to say on that, council, so when the joint venture was agreed in 2004, part of the contract to protect the staff were transferred and new staff, which you could have a two-tier pay system, is that we would honour any NJC pay uplifts. So I go back to some of the previous comments that Myron made around
And we need to, because it's obviously this year has been higher, fortunately this year that we estimate that next year's will be as well. So that is a figure in there at the moment, but that's going to have to be looked at as part of some increased pressures as well.
So is that just the size, or is that because their services costs have gone up?
That's purely salaries.
That's actually in the contract that we have.
We're paying the difference on. We're paying the difference in salaries.
So for instance, this year, the flat rate for NJC staff was £1,925 payable. So that contract inflation is for that. So all of their staff on NJC would have that paid.
So they never pick up staff increase.
It's part of our contract deal.
Any other
It's essentially delivering a service on our behalf. I suppose it'd be a similar thing when you go live.
It's a private company, they surely increase.
It's a joint public sector venture, it's not a private company.
Yeah, so the Midlands employees, so you'd expect the budget for staff increasing. And I would accept if their staff increase was less than NJC, then you would make a difference there. But
the issue, and I suppose the issue we have is this was a contract agreed in 2014, but that is what it. And you know, it's a very legitimate reason, because obviously you don't want a two-tier basis.
Yeah, you just expect.
And that differentials were so different. So that, you know, the figures were so different.
This was due to the period of we were obviously the use of 0% inflation or 0.5, 0.75%.
Councillor Ricks, do you want to come in?
Yeah, only coming on the second, the health and safety posts, additional 81,000, is that again salary, you sort of creating new posts for health and safety people?
Yeah, that's part of the kind of long-standing commitment to increase the health and safety capability of the organisation.
Are they going to be deployed in a particular area in the council, or are they just proposing to use whichever department?
I mean, actually restructured the whole service to ensure a better spread, but the types of areas they're employed are place-based services, largely where there's physical works and so on. So it's kind of a risk approach, but we didn't take those posts and put them there. We restructured the whole service on that basis.
It's not posts that could have been filled, potentially filled by redeploying people that we're looking to lay off in other areas.
We'd always look at that in the first instance because of job protection policies. But they were only so, for instance, within all of this, you will see a series of impacted FTs. The first thing we would do is look at vacancies across the organisation and see if we could be deployed. And we're pretty good at doing that. This is to increase the capability of health and safety. So place-based services, schools, the biggest areas of risk. And they deployed on that risk basis. They work with service areas to ensure that the health and safety compliance of those areas.
So we did have a proposal to kind of reduce the funding in health and safety using income generation or something like that, but the posts are not embedded in yet. So that's a kind of saving proposal that's in for review for next year to consider how we could reduce the cost of that service without reducing capacity.
Is that 2 posts, or is that more than 2 posts?
That's more than 2. It's 1 point something off the post down the bit.
It's 81,000.
There was previous investment that made up some there, so there was a previous 80,000.
There was a series of additional modelling provided with us.
Yeah.
If I'm looking at that, one of the board of people has been cost us £81,000, which is quite a salary.
Well, that'll be on cost of my cost.
It costs about
20%.
Yes, 50%. The salaries will be nothing.
So Chair, it's okay if we provide this is the new market salary structure in there. So obviously they fall by the health and safety practitioners. So it's
Thank you. Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Chair.
All okay. Thank you very much. Okay.
Is there an extra?
Thank you all for attending. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's go.
A good time, now we should put a link to think of. In the next bit.
Just, no, just right tonight, I will come up to comments and recommendations, take forward to cabinet, and use the embedded with the scrutiny management next week as well.
Tomorrow's out.
I've got some time to be going on as well, but first of all, if you go in order, is there any comments or recommendations for the light and the adult community learning services? Are you happy with that proposal?
They are losing a member of staff, aren't they, in a redundancy? Is that correct?
That's right.
Yes.
They're focusing the library on more of adult learning.
Mm-hmm.
Quite a lot of opportunities there, Phil, but I mean, I was more concerned with the massive change which is going to be in central library. Yeah. How much of it is still library? We know it's that the
They have a new contact centre in the library.
No, well, I don't know. I don't think it's a new concept from contact centre as such, but those staff are going to be based in the library now. Yeah. And I'm not sure, I mean, we had this probably a few years ago. They didn't know how they were going to fit all the existing services into the information station. I don't know where they're putting them in the library and still maintaining an art gallery and museum in the library.
No, there's no clarification on that. Is
no, I think I'd like to have
I would say that library dense library services.
Well, they haven't actually said there. They haven't sort of said how much they're shrinking it by.
That Phil?
That was Phil's. Yeah, that's Phil. And the other libraries might, they're going to reduce the days at the moment. And they're putting more money into digital books. We're not the Limehouse, we're not.
For the second one, Dave, is reducing financial support the shop mobility scheme. Paul said, sorry, there was a question from you, Councillor Thomas, whether they provided any data to you about how many people use the service at the city centre. Paul said he provided data, that's why he requests that. And also mentioned about extra demands as well. You get some information about that as well, David said.
It was really about what is the benefit? Are they recognising a benefit to the city centre from more football? Is enabling more people to use it's just 7,000 seems such a small amount. And that they, that the justification was given if it's not a statutory service. So, I don't want us to be just thinking in terms of things we have got to apply.
No, there's also the right things to do as
yeah.
To statutory service. Yeah. What's right? Yeah.
It's just that, I'm not aware of anything that would be a substitute for that.
So our recommendation to council would be that they review the demand for the service before making that.
Sometimes decisions are made that they're vaguely aware that there will be other ways of getting funded. And there probably are other ways of getting an extra 7,000 a year, but it will depend very much on the expertise within small charitable organisations, how easy they find for it to make a financial case and actually win that funding.
With the next one, about community safety warden service restructure. Whilst you said there was always a disappointment to see a reduction in the warden service, there is an opportunity to work more effectively with partners, including statutory partners. Was there any other comments or recommendations about this proposal I could send through?
It's a bit difficult. I know that there is interest from partners in working more closely in warden type provision.
My own recommendation would be that they didn't look to be making the posts redundant before having the conversations with partners about bringing some funding in, which is going to seem a bit tricky.
If I did something, it would be more joint work.
Well, and it could be funded as well, you know, it must be homes, for example, get a significant benefit from the service.
Yeah.
And if you told them they were cutting it, they would give you some funding to it.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to think this is being different, that's what you mean.
Yeah, rather than trying to get.
But they should be thinking of more the actual,
Exactly, yeah. Why would you go and ask for money for something you couldn't?
they should be picking up more of the work, I think. They should be employing their own people to service their own estate.
Yeah, or they can employ others to do it, but they've got to be talking to them. That would be the conversation for me, is we're going to cut the service in half. But if you want to give us some funding, we can maintain it at the levels and reach a service level agreement about what type of service we're delivering. Look, you might not.
I don't know, there is possibility some of those conversations done.
You happy for me to include that as a recommendation?
Yes, explore opportunities of the specifically the RSLs.
Then the next one was increased fees and charges within environment and leisure services. Don't think we had any comments during the actual proposal for that. So we are happy with that particular proposal.
My only point on all the fees and charges generally is that they should go up in line with what the council tax goes up and not in line with inflation.
Usually cost of living rise anyway.
So there was a comment a bit further down on the other charges that they go up 10% in line with inflation. But really, they should go up in line with what council tax goes up. That's my gut feeling.
Well, the inflationary increases, you know, from a the pensions and all the rest of it, you know, that's already been announced by central government, isn't it? That's going to be 10.9, 10.7, something like that. Just because that was it back in the autumn. You know, the triple lock on pensions and all these sort of heavy duty benefits. So everyone would be sort of seen to be in the same book.
Yeah, but you're not going to put council tax up 10% because it's in the same ballpark.
Well, I mean, we're not far off that. What we concentrate, what we're consulting on is
It'll be nowhere near that.
is going to be similar to that.
So is the committee happy for me to include that as a recommendation that I think any increased fees and charges should be in line with what the council tax has agreed at instead of the inflation rate?
Say that's the way we need to increase it to maintain the level of service. So,
yeah.
The next one was the introducing parking charges to the full park and countryside car parks. Paul said he would provide a breakdown of the net cost, so we request that. Councillor Howell's suggesting that you'd like to consider consideration for the local youth sports team. Yeah, so like to see how that's been impacted, especially those suffering from the cost of living. But do we have financial projections of breakdowns of each car park, such as the anticipated number of remaining visitors? We'd like to have a breakdown of that.
With that one, could you also ask for examples of the real data? So real data against existing car parks of similar sort of locations in the city, if possible, please.
So I've asked for examples of real data against.
Yes. So I think if they've already, so the car parks they've already done this with, so you might find that I've seen a Beacon Park and Beacon Park, and how they, so if they, for example, they said, well, we're going to make £100,000 from this car park, what's that actually translated into? Has it achieved its £100,000? Is it better? Is it worse? So
were the projections accurate?
Yes. Because if they're going to spend, like I said, if they're going to spend 10 grand to make the car park as they wanted to, as the proposal is, yeah, it's only going to bring in £1,000 a year. The return on the investment just isn't viable. Save the money.
Was there any further comments or recommendations on this particular proposal?
It's just parking pressure really on adjacent streets.
Yeah, I see that impact on surrounding neighbours.
Building my street.
I'm just thinking, I think if there's any sort of, I'm just trying to think of, there's one of those proposals in my ward But, you know, areas where there are parking restrictions, where there is controlled parking, or residents only parking, I'm not quite sure whether that won't apply to anyone, will it?
The Cleveland is probably the only one.
Yeah, that's right, yeah, I thought they should have that.
And next one we had was the household waste recycling centre charge for non-household waste. Paul said they can look into if mistakes are made on the forms. So yeah, we'll take that on board. What said and some methods of rebate. So I'll reword that better. So the comments. Was there any other comments or recommendations about this particular proposal?
Yeah, but there was something about clarification on the recycling.
Yeah.
Or the
sanitary
sanitary. Yeah.
Where.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Yeah, that's where you'd be told to put it.
Yeah, yeah.
And you would, you know, that would be directly got rid of, wouldn't it? If anyone's replacing a bathroom or something like that. Yeah. People don't agree with this.
Take that care, which is it.
The next one was the charge for replacement residual waste bins. Inquired if there was any action plan in place about stolen bins, especially some residents don't have any gardens. So Sylvia said they look at specific locations of issues.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, if they want to look at, I mean, places like Bainesville, there is no.
Where's
No, they're all on the street there, and it does look dreadful.
A lot of pills the same.
Yeah, exactly. And I, you know.
A lot of beach orders the same ones as well.
Yeah, we've got so many of that type of, you know, worker, what would have been worker cottages and just, you know.
Any terrace property.
Yeah, exactly.
Was there any further comments about this particular proposal? Are you happy with that comment to go through?
That's probably going to be the most contentious one through. Oh no, we're charging the bins on at the moment. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah. Yeah. The next one is the free weekly bin collection. Yeah. Sylvia said they would review the provisions of bins for large families because the limit they got 6 at the moment, but large ones such as 5, they take that into account and look into it. Were the communal bins where they've got no control what neighbours do with them.
Yeah.
Question for them to think about this particular proposal as well. Was there any other comments or recommendations you'd like to make for this one?
Yeah, don't do it.
It's another one of these. The amount there is very small. The amount of saving is quite small.
Yeah, it's saying that's actually going to cost us more. Every 60 grand, it's going to cost us 333.
But I mean, the reason for this is something different. The reason is being.
This is a sort of recycling action dressed up as a budget saving, I would say.
Because there isn't a budget. 5 years ago, I went up to Wrexham in an information party to see what they were doing. We had a taxi from the train station to the hotel. We said to the taxi driver, are we getting on with the free weekly bins? And she wasn't very happy. So she said there's used nappies all across the roads and all things like that.
Well, the comments all that we had from them were actually about recycling rates and how you encourage people to do more recycling. And so I think the motivation isn't the budget saving. If you look at the figures here, savings of about 60 grand. Each year, I know that goes on over a number of years. It's 450 grand to do it.
Yeah, but it's cheaper to stick it in with this, isn't it, than go through a separate consultation process.
Yeah.
And have everybody to process this at a later time. It's actually got to be done. I don't deny it's got to be done. But I think a lot of this would be.
Because some residents put it all in the orange bin.
We need to invest more in sorting people who can't do without.
I think it's more the
knowing that the recycling service is going to be an efficient service. I said,
Yeah,
yeah. And the problem is that you do it where you like it. Yeah, we know that everything we recycle is going to get taken away on a monthly basis. It's going to be a bit of an easier pill to swallow, but the current service levels need to be improved.
Yeah,
All right, thank you. Yeah, yes.
But I mean, you are the people.
But is there, and
My tipping will be increased.
Well, they actually told us there was no evidence of that, didn't they? Got to be careful what we interpret. You know,
There's no evidence of it.
it's like people telling me people drive 60 miles an hour at what's little. You know.
general consent with this particular proposal, do you agree with it on
We're
revision?
opposed against it, I
So
think.
would it be
Sorry,
idea-
I'm not opposed against it.
I mean, when you think about what can be recycled, so you need education as to what can be recycled and where it can be recycled, because when you think about what can be recycled, I fill my bin on a fortnightly basis. But when I actually think about what can be recycled, I got to think, well, what am I actually putting in my bin? Because everything, other than polystyrene, I think everything I use can be recycled.
Yeah.
And I need to get better at it. And everybody in Newport in the same thing. A lot of our residents complain that the fly tipping that happens is not resident. That's people driving in to dump stuff where they're already getting it.
Yeah.
So we need to do something about fly tipping, yes, but it's not mainly Newport residents by the scene of it.
It would be the case that would be for this proposal, we do have mixed views. If this proposal was to be agreed by council, the recycling service would need to be made sure it's sufficient to cope, and it would need to be reviewed. Also, further education for residents would be needed.
Yeah.
And I think a review should be looked at the flats, because
I mean,
there's so many letters.
I've got a word on it. Every week.
Well, space is not.
Yes,
So they've got to be adequate space. You only got people do something to strip and tell everything increase. So that's.
Yes.
Introduce the police. They've got the, you know. Have actually looked at all.
And is there any way then for the private landlords to be held responsible for how they?
There is. There's Rent Smart Wales. They can be resorted to Rent Smart Wales. They don't do anything. Rent Smart Wales say it's a
The difficulty you've got,
it's Rent Smart Wales.
particularly with a community, because they're normally resident management collectors, which are not regulation as well.
Yeah, but what about all the HMO museums in Newport?
Yeah, exactly.
What size bin do they get? Do they get a household bin or do they
It's
get?
like a break.
They get a big order.
Break.
We've actually got a group meeting that we have to identify the member councillors. Covers fine.
Tapas 5.
Yeah.
It's 5.
Yeah.
We still got it through this. We've still got a few points recommendation, but minutes with remaining.
No, we can power.
Yes.
We'll power through this, and then we'll go, if we get through this, then we'll go to group.
Next one was changes to operational practice and procedures, and this was Stephen's first one. Councillor Howells got explored options of cross-local authority work. Stephen said part of the proposal generally is no capacity to put in to other services, and Paul said they will look into this kind of thing, perhaps they could do more to explore.
Yes.
That was the only comment that I taken. Was there any other comments or recommendations for this proposal?
I think Kate, you made a few points about some other partners to be able to sort of really say what's possible to do somewhere or other to do something.
Yeah, I mean, this one, it wasn't clear to me. We know there are issues with roads becoming blocks and then living on major roads, for instance. You know, I wasn't aware of what happened on the And I'm not comfortable with that. Maybe we're not using the capacity we have in the system with the current number of gadgets for clearing rooms and things. Maybe we're not doing it well enough at the moment. But, you know, clearly there is more work that needs to be done on. It's complicated, the business arrangements, you know, what falls to which of the partners, and Welsh Water and the other one, the Environment Agency, yeah, they're both statutory partners obviously, and they won't want to take on anything extra, but I just feel that there's a, you know, if things are escalating, if things are getting worse, for whatever reason they're going through these changes in weather, and it's a risk to people's livelihoods, people's homes, and ultimately possibly to people's safety. Yeah. If we're getting threading incidents.
You made a point, Chris, as well. You were about you make a point.
Yeah, with the obviously the drainage clearing, we're reducing that people. We've got to clean the entire.
External contractors. We spend more in contractors. That's right.
Because of the financial changes.
Yeah. But you still see which will get costs you external contractors.
Sure. Did you write that down, Kathleen?
I've got that right back.
So let me see the question the insurance, so we weren't hearing studies of they were flood in causing a flood in somebody's house. It's a council line.
It's Malthus Road, probably Malthus Road, and happened again before that stuff. It's to stress for them.
It's not a link to Rochester and that always gets flooded when it rains cycle. Especially the leaves comes down. Looks a drain.
There's probably multiple factors about why things block. But if you can go along on the gadget and suck it all out, or whatever you do with it, push it out, you know.
Yeah.
The next one was quite big, the street lighting switch off.
Yeah.
I'll come in from you, Councillor Thomas, about we'll be working with partners to identify any issues being created, because it's important to have the perception of safety. Councillor Horton's agree about Trunk Road is capable of being left on until 2 o'clock on Saturday and Sunday mornings to help with the late night economy. So Paul's going to ask about that.
Yes, it was because so many licensed establishments are open later than that. And we know from examples this week, there is criminal behaviour associated with some of the establishments being open late.
And your point, Kate, about the additional funding that you brought in last year for sort of safe areas.
Yes, that's right. Well, I mean, I don't think anything can be done about that. You know, there will be more benefit to go into than in some of them.
So I think take notes of issues relating to crime and disorder, issues around licensed premises, and also need to consider the safety aspect of those working in the early mornings as well.
Yeah.
Was there any other comments or recommendations in regard to this?
Plus crime and disorder.
And the other
across all the estates.
My view is that it sort of adversely impacts the most vulnerable and disabled in society, those with protected characteristics, and I can't see that quality impact assessment need anything other than personal. I did it properly.
You know, they always say the fear of crime is greatest in the older population, but actually they're the least likely to be targeted. But I do worry about things like burglary, because you know, those sorts of crimes. I mean, people are probably thinking, "Oh, I'm too scared to go out," but actually, it's very unlikely you're going to get mugged in the street, no matter what your perception of Newport is. Really,
yeah, no, you're right. I mean, the numbers are minimal when this happens.
Yes,
but the actual sort of instance in like.
But I do worry about the.
You happy with those comments and recommendations for that one? Even though it's won't be a particular proposal you want to go ahead, but those issues in mind.
So the road safety aspect of roads that you included. Me and Kate sit on the licensing taxi committee, and we come across scenarios where the road's not well lit and it can cause obviously collisions.
Well,
potentially.
Well, we should drive around and have lights on, shouldn't we?
Yeah. Even with that.
We do have one.
Yeah, we've got taxi drivers sitting there.
Road markings, obviously.
Yeah, and delivery guys looking for the numbers because we haven't got any numbers on the doors anymore.
Yeah, actually, that's the point.
Yeah.
Or you could just recommend they don't do it.
If your recommendations, if it's something that you're not, that you wouldn't like to see to go ahead, you know, it says the comments recommendations for you.
It's the one thing that I've had the most contact with. Yeah.
That one,
yeah.
So as a committee as a whole, would you like me to include that this is one that you would like to go ahead if possible, or?
Yes, it would be.
It's the overall safety perspective and perceived safety.
Yeah. Safety, crime.
Yeah. I mean, I did think it was an obligation to light junction. I thought that, I'm sure the licensing officer here told me that years ago, when I complained about the intermittent, you know, they replaced all the lights with LED, and then they cut off every other one because there was a lot of representation there about people who didn't want the one outside their house shut down.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, if you look up to the roads back, we're down the A467, the Buxton bypass, for example. You see the different coloured cat signs they've got on the plot. No lights on, just your car headlights. You know exactly where you go. So from a lot of the time, from the car driver's perspective, it isn't so much an issue.
Yeah.
There's usually, I mean,
It's all the car against the pedestrian is the issue on those types of roads as well. That's the other issue with this. Yeah. I mean, people just get between the others like, yeah, it's good.
Well, I quite hope that we continue to mention the main roads in the city, the roundabout, you know, the underpasses. And
we put a recommendation that we think is not to be.
And the next one was the fees and charges in infrastructure be increased by 10% rather than the 4%. Was there any comments or recommendations for that one? Or you
commented about these, that's the same.
Same, yeah, sure.
As the going up in line with council.
And the next one was law and standards, reduced staffing levels in the registration service.
Yes, in your page.
They're meeting their targets now, they're introducing a new system.
The next one was reducing opening times in customer services with move to self-service. Councillor Thomas mentioned about the staggering hours could be confusing for people. Myron said he's got a lot of times on that, open the catch, you know, the right times. Change for that. So
I think it's premature actually making that decision at this point in time. What we need to do is see what the new service in the museum looks like. It's too early to make that decision yet until we know how people feel about that service. You know, I mean, it's a bit daft putting it out in the information station, bus station, because there is no parking out there. At least in town there are cars, so there are places that people can go to their car. And we might find it's a lot more parking. Yeah, and actually, you go down the road there, you might be looking for a parking.
That's a car information station.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, to the side of it, yes. Yeah. Oh no, it's not right above it. You must.
yeah, that's playable, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's really expensive.
But that's not where the old information station was, because that's the old station where.
The next one would be switching off phone and face-to-face charges for some transactions.
Switching off the phone and face-to-face transactions.
Yeah, I've got, is there any legal implications for corporate building? In play back training. Myrian's going to get a data back on that, but like he said, he would be pretty horrified if he found out that there was a legal implication.
Just a thought, if they're not recording the calls, how do we protect the staff from abuse?
Yes,
If we haven't got the recordings, how do we protect our staff from abuse?
Well, we want even if it's recorded, it's just attacking that.
You can have them prosecuted, but if you haven't got any recording.
That's why I actually asked if
Yeah.
somebody's got any data on how many times they've actually played back.
Because we're looking. No, I think we said they're going to go and look at facilities.
Yeah, that SRS.
Yeah.
Providers, but we certainly put that as a comment and get the information back.
As people get more frustrated.
Is there any other comments on that particular proposal? Is happy comments?
No, I just think that's a problematic one, because it's about our, I mean, what could be more important really to our residents than that ability to communicate with council?
It's ensuring the digital services can cope with what we need to do.
Just having the second.
But that was only for a very small, it was for a small number of services, wasn't it? It wasn't for everyone.
Well, they're cutting off quite a lot that they've got to deal with.
We're only using 2 people.
No, it wasn't a huge amount. It was only certain things that they already transact largely online for.
They were going to, you could still talk to people on bulky waste and likely.
Yeah.
And the next one we got is the increase in the council tax from 4% to 9.5% instead of 5.5%. Is there any comments or recommendations about this particular proposal?
They should review the budget in light of the additional RSG and bring an amount more affordable for residents.
Well, do you know, I don't really see it. This is sort of halfway between going to comment now. You know, it's £2.50. I mean, most people at some, most people at some point through the week go into town or something and they buy a coffee. It's a, that.
Oh, let's not stop that.
He's cheaper than somebody's coffee, or even a cup of tea, which is cheaper again.
No.
I mean, nobody wants an increase, but everything else is going up. And go and look at Tesco's.
Yes.
Look how much
We've had an increase in the food bank. Yes, going up.
And look how much butter and real basics, milk has gone up. We know that we won't be making a material profit out of it. It is going to our shareholders, and yet so many of these food stuff is just, that is going in. That's just a gain for people who are quite wealthy already.
I don't think the disagreement is about the council tax itself, because I don't think anybody disagrees.
Just very much. Oh no, the sort of people who don't think they should be paid.
It still delivers the services that council needs.
And the majority of our residents don't realise that because of need, the cost of the service which they have.
No, the fact is only
Add to it.
Then we've got we have to protect the flat for the police. The police are being included as well.
So is the committee happy that recommendation for that one that should cabinet should review the budget in view of the RSG? See if it could be perhaps lower.
Yeah.
Yes.
Next one we've got is the Newport Live management fee. So any comments on that particular proposal?
Yeah, it's good that it's now starting.
It's pretty standard, but I think the recommendation is that we're really clear about the medium-term financial position as well, so that we get a basis for kind of next year and the year after the year after.
They took it off us, they took it off us some years ago, or took it over. you know, it was a way of somebody else basically picking up more of the money, not being such a drain on the council payers here, or, you know, the resources of the council. So I mean, you know, I'm sure.
In reality, it's still a drain, isn't it, at the moment,
Well, is it a drain? Is it a drain? Because now, if they didn't supply their services, the council would have to supply them directly.
They would.
They'd spend
They'd
more
also get
money
the
on.
income.
They'd spend more money on. Well, yeah, but well, we wouldn't get the income from it. It would be social service type things. You know, more care in the, you know, carers for people, paid carers.
We've got to pay for sports attendance, so because Shaftesbury Youth that I volunteer with, we pay for the sports attendance to attend.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you do, but I mean, look at the kit they've got there. You know, it's the gyms there and the.
Last one was Tracy McKim. Didn't have no saving proposal, but gave more information about use of assets. Was there any comments or recommendations about that, of the information she was given? She received.
And all the filming that gets done in Newport, I found it the other day that we get payment for that.
We get paid.
So we need to advertise, you can film in Newport whenever.
Has that one gone up? I don't know whether that was.
Yeah, they've all gone up as well.
Has it? Right.
They're all in the back.
Oh, good. I couldn't remember what I'd seen. Yeah.
It was just that we were still waiting for the report of what Newport actually owns.
That's right, with the asset here, Tracy and the team.
Yeah, we haven't seen that.
No,
But she said that it was all discord.
Well, actually, I think it'll focus it will allow the officers to focus their mind on actually what we own and what could be got rid of or used differently.
Yeah.
So if that's something that should be done all the time, I would have thought. An asset register, yeah, but you would have thought it would be down.
Or a database somewhere.
Yeah.
Definitely.
We said you'd also provide us with the health and safety structure as well, so I'll request information for that as well, like on the action sheet. So that's everything for that. Thanks very much for your comments and recommendations. Only it's the minutes of the first 2 meetings.
Swiftest.
Please, that'll be the 28th of November meeting.
Thanks for November committee. Just going to go through the pages, and if you've got any comments, please interrupt me. You are okay? Page 109 at the bottom. 110. 111. 112. 113. 14. 115. 116.
Yes, Chair. Second point down, we made about the pavement parking regulation. It's really, as the guidance come through from, because the head of service had been waiting for guidance on how it would be implemented. So as the guidance comes through now. Second point down.
Attention was the plan was first drafted or query.
The query we made about the pavement parking regulation, whether this would go citywide, noting in some cases pavement parking will be done to allow space for motion vehicles.
Receive any updates on that, I can certainly chase that on that. So
Councillor Riggs.
It's just the next point after that, with the digital timetables and the target date was already passed. No, we still got paid, we still got some PDFs, not PDFs.
No, four ones from the bus station working on.
Timetables on bus stops. Councillor Riggs, yes? Yeah, okay. That's been noted again.
If it's not working, if they're still not working in the area, to his contact the head of service to delegate that.
Councillor Dixie. Page 117. 218.
Is, sorry, Chair.
It's okay.
Environmental and Public Protection Service Plan 2022 to 2024. It's committee wish to introduce a target on the time estimate for cleaning the backlog. And should target on cleaning the backlog in the HMO inspections, so that they looked into that to set targets, so they going to set targets. An update essentially.
Update.
Okay.
Okay. 119. Okay, we're on the minutes now committee of the 5th of December. Page 121. 122. 123.
Yes, Chair. Last point, concern raised over mental health on a global issue in the past years. In the middle of the second paragraph, it says the council is also looking at becoming a Marmot city.
Yeah,
That
number issued recommendations on improving health, public health and general health.
I can send you information because that was discussed in one of our partnership committees, so I'll forward on that too.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's something good.
Page 124. Look at you, Chris. 125.
Yes, Chair. Information halfway down, more information being provided about the management situation of the coroners, where we Newport Council taking over the management of the Gwent Police Coroners, which supply discuss with Gwent Police and final details formalised soon. Let's have an update on that.
We'll check that.
No, they have got backlog. We had some diagnosed roadway, and they still absolutely 2nd of January, and still haven't had the coroner's report yet.
Well, this is the management bit though, isn't it? Newport Council have got the responsibility. What's the arrangements?
Right, page 126.
Has to be.
Sorry.
Yeah, the council, Newport Council administers it for the whole of Gwent, so all the other parties pay a contribution. The police were prescribing and putting staff into it, which our manager of the coroner service wasn't directly line manager, and that was impacting the service. So they were trying to bring those people into our employment from memory.
There is somebody else who's involved. It has to be as.
Page 127.
Chair. Sorry, we haven't had an update from the, we asked for the second point, query made about the length of call times in the city contact centre. And the head of finance said they'd get the information to them.
Get that from the contact centre manager.
Okay, and halfway down that page, we have 2 questions. Impact with robotics on staffing, and asked if an update will be provided on those. The 2 different questions, but the answer to be copied and pasted. The answer to the impact of robotics on staffing has been copied to the answer for the next question.
Okay. I'll take the minutes from the published.
Anyone else speak?
Thank you, Chris. Page 128.
On the loan standards in relation to objective 4 reference 2, we maybe like receive feedback from media and please, which is what we just referred to. That's not actually on the action sheet.
Thank you.
Thanks, Miss.
That's what we're here for.
No,
what
absolutely, yeah.
No,
Thanks. Great job.
yeah.
And just to give an update, the next meeting is on Monday, the 20th of March. Recruitment and retention for Tracy McCormick and Kevin Howells. The new cycle starts. Myself and Sam exercise this for the next month to discuss the draft annual forward work programme. So then we'll send out diary appointments and discuss the draft annual forward programme.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
What do we need? Is it half of that? Is it 3:30 or is it?
Apparently then half 3, not 4 o'clock, yeah, normal time.
Okay.
Thank you all for attending. I'd like to call this meeting to a close. Thank you.
Thanks everyone, good night.